We are behind the scenes right now. I'm trying to turn on my video. We'll be starting in just a minute.
Just heard you. Oh,
Why can't I start my video?
it might just be very delayed.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Can I start my basic web camera? No. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, well, we can start that video. Let's see about the good camera. That's weird. No, I can do that another way. That means that, okay. That means that our camera, yeah, it's gonna mess up a little bit of something, but nothing major. I pre-planned for that. Static zoom talk. Okay, there's our camera on. We are now on YouTube, and I can pull that, I think, into Zoom. Hey, there we are.
Ah.
Can you guys hear us on Zoom? Post in the chat if you can. I'm Sam, this is Sammy. Welcome to Behind the Scenes. We haven't quite started yet. Oh, I'm muted on Zoom.
Ah.
Audio, I want USB audio. Where is that? Oh no, it's right there. Hey Josh, can you hear us?
Yeah, let me just turn the light on.
All right. I'm going to turn our camera off in OBS because otherwise people can't see you on YouTube for a reason that I cannot diagnose and doesn't matter right now.
Eric said something about not being able to get on. I don't even see him in here.
I don't know. Eric's watching on YouTube and sending the YouTube into Discord.
Okay. All right, everything's all set? We can just get going?
I think so. Can you confirm that you can hear Josh?
Yes.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm going to mute my audio, but it's good to know it's coming in.
All right, well, welcome. I don't know what's going on here, but it's a very sunny day, so there's an overcast of glowingness again like yesterday, but today it is much, much worse, as you can tell, hiding from everyone from my beautiful hair and beard, but we will manage. I'm only on here for a few moments. I'm going to record it as well just to make sure we don't miss any of this historical greatness.
Recording in progress.
All right, it's early Sunday. I know we only got a few people here, so we'll get started. I'm sure folks will trickle in throughout the day as the day goes on and folks are waking up across the country in different time zones. But I will bore you with the details of who I am. Many of you already know. Josh Aces, National Director. I am here today just to set up the day, introduce everybody to the agenda, and then hand it over to experts, which I always love to do, to sit back, learn, and listen. So welcome, everybody. Good morning. So for today's agenda, it's pretty tight, but it is quite meaty. So at 11:15, we're going to be talking about the normal way of getting an amendment. So this is going to be training on the history of amendments, what we have learned, the actual terminology, which is the prodding effect. You'll hear and learn about that today. The Article 5 of the Constitution, which actually sets out how you can amend the Constitution in very clear language. We'll be going over that as well. We'll be learning about all the peer-reviewed reports. I feel like that's a tongue twister. Peer-reviewed reports on all of the Article 5 history and the reports on that. And Sam will be going over those in details. And shameless plug, we do our homework here. As I've said multiple times, and as we've said throughout the years, none of our opposition has ever provided any peer-reviewed reports that show clearly that a Article 5 convention would run away. Every report that exists that we are aware of has actually said the opposite, that you can limit a convention, and there are multiple ways within our democracy to limit those. And Sam, I would say leading expert on this, who has been studying it for over a decade, will be going all of that today. But if you are kind of nerdy, like a lot of us here, I will put the link here. It's wolf-pac.com/resources. Many, many years ago, when we started going down the rabbit hole of really hammering home the facts of calling for a convention, using it as a tactic to pressure Congress, having all the history and facts on our side, we went and tried to read as many peer-reviewed reports as we could find, and we believe we have them all, and they're on our website. So if you're interested in reading them, you can download the full PDFs. Every single one of them also has an executive summary, which, again, not to sound like a broken record, but every one of those executive summaries say that you can limit a convention, and there's multiple ways to reinforce those limitations. So I'm excited about today. I get quite frustrated myself when I hear legislators and voters say, hey, you guys should just be doing it the normal way, which what they are implying, which is Congress somehow just wakes up one day and has a backbone, as if that's ever happened in the history of America. If you actually look at the history of America, Congress has never led the people. The people have always led Congress. That's always the case. Whenever we need significant change, they always have to be pushed. They never just wake up and say, hey, we're going to do this. And if you really want to get into the weeds of the context of the normal way of getting an amendment, you will find that many movements, many historical efforts to get an amendment have showed that you use every single tool, and especially using the tactic of an Article 5 convention historically has actually shown that to be the most forceful and the most amount of pressure to be put on Congress. So I am very excited about this conversation today, because I firmly believe Wolf-PAC has been and is doubling down on the normal way of getting an amendment, and we need to own that. So there's no space out there for people to say, why don't you do it the normal way? Because Congress ain't doing this, folks, without a little bit of pressure and a whole bunch of power from us. So thank you to Sam for going over that today. Make sure you have your questions throughout, put it in the chat, and I will be grabbing them for Sam to answer afterwards. Definitely take advantage of having one of America's leading experts on Article 5 here for you today with a small group. He should be able to answer any and all of your questions. Then we're going to take a quick break because this stuff is heavy and it's very much involved in the Constitution, so we can stretch our feet. It'll be a quick one, 15 minutes, and then we are going to meet John Schuttler, actually somebody that I just met recently over the phone. He is the co-author of Liberated Spirits. It's actually a book about two women battling over prohibition. And it takes a really interesting look at how we actually got the 18th Amendment and the 19th Amendment and how they're actually connected, which is the banning of the sale of alcohol and then giving women the right to vote. I know those don't sound anywhere remotely close, but there is a very interesting organizing story here that we have learned about Pauline Sabin that we have added into our theory of change. And John is one of the experts on Pauline Sabin, have written a book about her, which is exactly what this book is about. So, yeah, I'm really excited. Again, I just met him briefly, but even in the brief interactions we had, he was asking me some questions about Wolf-PAC, what our goals are, how we're looking to obtain them. And yeah, he was excited. He said that we definitely were listening to Pauline Sabin and how she did this. And based on our conversation, he was even more excited to join us. So I'm thrilled that we'll have a brand new guest, someone that we have not met before, and that we'll be learning from about something really, really important, which is organizing. Because it's one thing to say all these things, it's another thing to actually point to proven historical instances, which is quite frankly what Wolf-PAC strategy is built on. Even the changes we've made, everything can point back to historical effectiveness. Getting an amendment, getting legislation passed, getting people together to do both. We have drawn all of our inspiration here at Wolf-PAC at the brave men and women who came before us, who have made constitutional change and legislation change. We've done it 27 times, so no need to reinvent the wheel. we can learn from the 27 other times before and take all the proven case studies and just double down on those, which is exactly what we're doing here at Wolf-PAC. So yeah, again, I'm very, very excited. That's the rundown for the agenda. Before we get into anything else, and before I bring up Sam, I do have a couple more things I want to go over. Just very quickly, I don't believe everybody's here, but let me take a look, see who is here. So I was hoping some of the folks from the event teams might be up this morning, but they will probably be trickling in. But I do want to just make sure we give a big shout out to our volunteer events team. They organized this entire 3-day weekend. The agenda, the guests, Sean helped us with all the graphics, the website, the ticket system. Everything here is, for the most part, is volunteers. I am the only full-time employee currently at the moment, something we had to do over the last few years to maintain, especially during the pandemic. As you can imagine, we solely survive off of small dollar donations monthly. And we had quite a few people during the pandemic, understandably, needing to cancel their donations. So we have scaled back in staff to be able to maintain with the future goal of scaling back up. But we do need help in that regard. So for this weekend, we did have a small, modest goal of $3,000 just for the tickets alone. So I know many of you have already either got a ticket with a donation of it, or have sent it to friends and families. But if you could build a movement to get big money out of politics, would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Again, even if they can't make the event, they can go through the ticket system, which is super quick and easy. It takes quite literally a minute, and help us hit that fundraising goal. We've made quite a dent. We're a little less than half. Right now we're sitting at $1,173. So we need about $1,800 today to hit that goal of 3,000, which again seems small, but for us at Wolf-PAC to be able to hit that 3,000 goal this weekend would be quite significant from an organizing perspective for our organization. So every little bit helps. 10, 15, 20 bucks, whatever y'all can do, would be greatly, greatly appreciated. And it will be going to our fundraising drive that we will be launching, quite frankly, after this workshop, when we have more bandwidth to put it all together, because we had to use Sean for the website and graphics for this event. We are going to be putting together a web page of our fundraising drive with the goal of hiring 3 to 4 new staff members to help us really scale this thing up rapidly. And then last but not least, we'll be doing structure-based organizing training next week. That will be with some of our leaders from the organizing team. Tim, I believe, will be running that with David's help. That's going to be on Tuesday nights, 3 in a row. So next Tuesday at 8, the following Tuesday at 8, and then the following Tuesday at 8. And then you will be fully up to speed on the training organizing, the organizing training here within Wolf-PAC. We have our basic theory of change, what gives you an idea of how we intend to do this at Wolf-PAC. The structure-based organizing is an advanced training that gives you some of the concepts, tools, and strategies to actually accomplish that. And the way that it's structured, because our volunteers and leaders are awesome. Tim's actually a professor at a college. We leaned on him quite a bit when putting this training together. So there is tons of baked in activity. It's not just sit there and listen. It is very much built in to participate. So not only will you learn these things firsthand from hearing them from folks like us who have gone through this training and developed it, we will 100% work with you in this training and also do actual practicing of 6-step structured conversations, practicing of semantics, things that you will learn throughout the training. And to sign up for that, totally free, we would encourage you to do so. It's wolf-pac.com/SBO. And that's S as in boy, B as in boy, and then O as in Oscar. All right. I'm already parched. I need a drink from talking so much. Does anybody have any last minute questions before we jump into today's agenda? Feel free to put it in the chat. All right, perfect. I am not seeing any, but please, again, make sure to keep dropping your questions in the chat throughout all of this, especially as Sam's giving his training here. And I will be sure to grab them and provide them to Sam at the very end, because we will have baked in time for questions for both Sam and for John after the break when we talk about Pauline Sabin. All right, I think we're good to go. Sam, you there?
1 second. Let me just turn on. Yep, I'm here. Let me just set this up so that people can see what they're supposed to see. And I need to 1 sec. In Zoom, switch my my camera's on OBS already. Turn on my camera in Zoom. And sorry about that. There we go. Does that look right on YouTube and on Zoom? And can you all hear me?
It looks like.
Yes, that does look right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Thanks a lot, Josh. So we were in Acton TV for the last couple of days, and I really want to thank Acton TV. We are not there today, and today I want to thank Sammy, who is sitting next to me. Lean in and say hello. We're at her parents' place today and they have a fantastic microphone, great setup, and I really appreciate that. So yeah, as Josh said, I often talk about the various peer-reviewed reports, and I'm happy to get into that. I will mention it a little bit, especially in questions and answers. I'm happy to get into that. But the main thing I want to talk about is what Josh was saying at the end. He asked me to talk today about the prodding effect, and basically, historically, how is it that we actually have gotten amendments? And so to do that, I'm going to tell you the history of America in a few different through a few different lenses. The flag that you see right there is the Star Spangled Banner. It was the flag that flew during the battle in the War of 1812, and that really tells you something about the history of America is war. What is it good for? It turns out getting constitutional amendments. And if you go through our history, you can see the War of 1812, that is the White House burning down. And at that time, people were quite scared that the British would give out titles of nobility, and that would lure people to join the other side. And that led to Congress proposing, that was one of the factors that led Congress to propose the Titles of Nobility Amendment. They proposed it before the war started, but it was the tensions that were leading to the war that was one of the triggers to cause that amendment to be proposed. Later during the Civil War, there were numerous amendment proposals, some of which passed, that came out of there. The first was the Corwin Amendment. During the tensions leading up to the war, really right as the war was starting, there was an effort to try to get an amendment to the Constitution that would preserve the status quo of slavery in order to make sure the war didn't actually end up happening. Fortunately, we did not end up with that status. Then at the end of the war, there was of course the 13th Amendment to end slavery. Shortly thereafter, there was the 14th Amendment for civil rights and the 15th Amendment for voting rights. And all of those were, in a large part, due to the Civil War and the tensions that it caused. During World War I, we saw a number of amendments again there. First, the enormous expenses that are related to the war meant that they needed to raise money, and so they needed the income tax amendment in the 16th Amendment in order to secure those taxes and get fight the war. Prohibition also came out of that. Some of the first prohibition laws in the country, or some of the first widespread ones anyway, were a result of rations for war. And that made the changes that were associated with the wartime effort made it a lot easier for prohibition to be accepted by a wider portion of the population, and lowered the threshold needed to make that amendment get actually proposed and ratified. Then there was women's suffrage, which also you can see in the picture there. Those are women working on the tanks. Women were absolutely crucial to the war effort. They were not allowed to go fight in the army, although there were many women who made military contributions as well. But on the home front, they were crucial in doing all of the jobs that the men that they'd been excluded from before, and now were allowed to do because the men were off fighting in the war. And that helped launch, as did World War II later, that helped launch a wave of the women's movement that helped get women's suffrage over the finish line. And then during Vietnam, you can see the children really that were sent over there, and regardless of anyone's view, and of course the views on that war deeply divided Americans, but we were all kind of united that the 18, 19, 20-year-olds that were being sent over there, if they had the right to fight in the war, they also had a right to vote. And that led the 18-year-old voting amendment to be overwhelmingly popular and get that into the Constitution. So when you think about the prodding effect, one prod that has been used over and over again in the history of our country has been war. I don't particularly like that prod. That's not really the way I want to go. So instead, let me tell you a different history of the United States. What you're seeing here in that picture is a freedmen's school shortly after the Civil War. It was for former enslaved black people to go to school, and that's in Memphis, Tennessee. And this was during a 3-day riot in which it was burned down. Sorry about that. And I read one newspaper account of that, and it blamed from the time period, the newspaper account actually blamed the black regiment from the Civil War for drinking too much alcohol and spurring on the racist attacks there, and during which I think it was 46 black people died and 3 white people, and just the way that was framed really hits home a lot about the state of the country that was going on. And that state of the country tells you how we handle things when we're under pressure. And amendments are an important way that we fight back and come out of a lot of those things and make progress. Obviously, we didn't make all the progress we needed, but progress has been made. So the first real crisis that we've seen that led to a constitutional amendment was the election of 1800. We see there portraying Thomas Jefferson and Aaron Burr. What happened in the election of 1800, the original Constitution, the way it was written, said that the electors would get 2 votes, and they didn't really foresee political parties. They just sort of thought that the one who got the most votes and the runner-up would become president and vice president, and that is kind of what's portrayed in the play Hamilton. That wasn't exactly what happened in reality. Hamilton takes a little bit of license there. In reality, Burr and Jefferson were running mates. They ran together, and they tied because they both got exactly the same electors to vote for them. They were trying to institute a scheme where one of the electors didn't vote for Burr so that Jefferson would get 1 more vote than Burr, and it didn't really work. So then they ended up with a tied vote, and it got sent to the House of Representatives, where then the opposition party, led largely by Hamilton, had a lot of control. And that's where you see the scene in Hamilton, if you're familiar with the play, where Hamilton chooses that Jefferson will be president and not Burr. Jefferson was always supposed to be the one who was president. Burr was his running mate. He was supposed to be the vice president. And it just revealed this utter flaw in the Constitution. And that crisis led to the quick adoption of the 12th Amendment, which created the electoral system we have today. Reconstruction, as I mentioned what's in the picture, here's another picture of similar events. And the Reconstruction era led to the 14th Amendment for civil rights. It also led to the 15th Amendment for voting rights. Because we saw after the Civil War, we ended slavery through that, but there was a lot of progress that was still, the black codes were being enacted, lynchings were prevalent, and they didn't stop at that point, but the civil rights and voting rights amendments did help set the stage for the laws that fought back against the KKK and did other things to help slowly pull us out of that era. Then we've also seen a number of terrible decisions by the Supreme Court. The ones here that caused the crisis that I want to focus on, it's not the ones that we usually talk about from terrible decisions from the Supreme Court. These are decisions of the Supreme Court where they were directly in conflict with Congress. Here, the Supreme Court interpreted state sovereignty, interpreted the Constitution as not giving states a sovereign right to defend themselves from being sued if they didn't want to. States basically have the authority. States have the authority to choose whether or not they want to allow people to sue them. And whatever you think of that, when the Supreme Court said they didn't, it didn't take very long for the powers that be to say, no, we actually do want that in the Constitution, and get the 11th Amendment through. We've seen similar things with the 16th Amendment and income taxes. Income taxes were fairly common leading up to a Supreme Court decision that said they were unconstitutional. They weren't around all the time, but they had been instituted numerous times to pay for things like wars, like World War I, as I mentioned before. The income tax, the 16th Amendment happened before World War I, but it was during the military buildup that was leading to World War I. And so that increased spending was why it was particularly urgent at that time. And when the Supreme Court said you can't have an income tax, it didn't take long for Congress to propose one and for the state, an amendment to allow it and for states to ratify it. Another was child labor. By the time the child labor amendment was proposed, and you notice that one doesn't have a number next to it because it was never ratified, but the child labor amendment was proposed in the 1920s, and by that time Congress had quite a few robust child labor laws on the books, and I'll be talking a little bit more about how that happened in a bit. But the Supreme Court then came in and said, these laws that you've been building and relying on, we're saying that those are no longer good. Congress ended up proposing the Child Labor Amendment, and when it got within a few states away from being ratified, suddenly there was a new Supreme Court decision that reversed their old one and said, yes, child labor amendments actually are allowed. And if anyone happens to be concerned, I've noticed an uptick in news stories about child labor here in Massachusetts as well as in other places. There's been quite a few stories of people violating child labor laws, and in a lot of states loosening child labor laws. That amendment is actually still live and can still be ratified. It's only a few states away. Massachusetts is one of the states that has not ratified it, so if our state over here wants to take that up, that'd be great. One state legislator in Nebraska did recently push to try to get her state to ratify it as well, and I think that'd be a great thing to do. The next major crisis that I want to touch on is the Great Depression. Obviously, it was a monumental event in our history, and one of the problems that we noticed during the Great Depression, we had President Hoover was enormously unpopular because he was just simply utterly failing at any reasonable attempt to address the issue. They elected FDR, and the people really wanted him to step in and come start tackling the problem right away. And the delay from January to March to actually start the job was something that deeply frustrated people in that election. And that helped get that over the hump to get that amendment proposed and ratified. So that's why we have inauguration now in January instead of March like we used to have. You know, we no longer need to have to wait for the president to get to Washington by horse. And another thing that happened during the Great Depression was repeal of prohibition. And that happened for a number of reasons. One of them was we needed the tax revenue from alcohol sales. We also had an increasing number of desperate people who were becoming increasingly lawless during the start of the Depression. You know, that started in the 20s, but it took off and got even worse during the Depression. And people wanted to, you know, end that system that was creating these enormous problems. It was only a few years into the Depression, the prohibition of alcohol was rescinded. And then the last crisis that I want to mention is dead presidents. We've had a few. That one there obviously is the famous photo of JFK. Josh was talking a little bit about him yesterday. When FDR died in office, that was one of the incidences that sparked the 2-term limit on the presidency. He had been president for basically the end of his life, served 3 and a little bit terms until he died in office. And that kind of freaked people out, and when he died during a major war in office, people thought maybe we should not have presidents for life. We should go back to the 2 terms that had been standard up until that point and put that into the Constitution. And then, of course, when JFK died, that sparked a rethinking of presidential succession and presidential incapacity, which was the 25th Amendment. You know, we saw it when Reagan with the attempted assassination of Reagan a while after this, a couple of decades later. He was temporarily incapacitated after the attempted assassination, but he wasn't dead. We needed to have Bush Sr. step in to serve temporarily as the acting president before Reagan was ready to come back and resume duties. And we've seen that used also. Bush Jr., when he had routine procedures, he temporarily stepped down from the presidency under the 25th Amendment. It just became utterly apparent of how necessary that was when JFK was assassinated. But again, the national crises are also not a prod that I particularly want to see happen. It does lead to amendments, but it's not necessarily ones that a way I want to go. This scene here, however, is from the movie Lincoln, and you can see President Lincoln there forcefully trying to get the members of the House of Representatives to propose the 13th Amendment to end slavery. And that is the next prompt that I want to talk about, is coming together and building coalitions. There's 2 types. The type depicted here, there's 2 types and a hybrid. The type depicted here is an insiders coalition. And we can see an example of that with the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights had backers from all the top leaders in all the top states. They had just seen the Constitution ratified, and there were some things in it that they didn't like when they were in their conventions, state ratifying conventions, ratifying the U.S. Constitution. They found there was quite a bit about it that simply was not, didn't meet their requirements and didn't meet their standards. A lot of those people went into the first Congress, and the ones who didn't were certainly very powerful. They were in the state legislature where they were choosing the senators, because before the 17th Amendment, that's how senators were chosen. And they had quite a bit of influence, and they were able to get James Madison to propose the Bill of Rights in the first Congress, which is why it's what he wrote. State sovereignty. Now, again, I mentioned this one earlier. And you'll see that'll be a pattern. State sovereignty was something that the insiders absolutely wanted. It wasn't just a crisis that the Supreme Court decided that it's not something that that they were expecting to have, and now they don't have it. In addition to being something they thought they would have, but now they don't have, also the people who they were taking that power away from were very, very much political insiders. They were the state leaders themselves. The member of Congress who proposed it was from Massachusetts, and that was because Massachusetts itself was facing a lawsuit that they thought was not appropriate under state sovereignty rules, and they wanted to prevent it. There were a lot of lawsuits relating to the Revolution and that whole early time period that they thought should not stand, and they needed that amendment to make that happen. And since they were politically connected, they were able to do it. The next one is vice presidential elections. You know, as Jefferson pointed out in that scene in Hamilton, you know, when Burr got chosen as his vice president, in the scene, which is not entirely historically accurate, in the scene he said, well, let's see if I could do something about that, because fortunately now I'm the president. Well, it was political insiders who were pretty influential in making sure that it was no longer your political rival who became your vice president, which did not happen with Burr and Jefferson. They were part of the same party. But with that party system, it ended up just creating that kind of weirdness where you could end up having someone you didn't like as president and someone you didn't really intend to elect. And the political insiders who were basically choosing the president at that point, they absolutely had a strong interest in changing that, especially with the party system in place. And then there are the Titles of Nobility Amendment. The picture you're looking at there, that is Napoleon Bonaparte's son, and that is his wife, who styled herself as the Duchess of Baltimore, accepting that title of nobility, and that kind of freaked people out over the influence that the French aristocracy was having over the political classes in America. And that kind of combined with the increased tensions of the British aristocracy leading up to the War of 1812, to convince a lot of people that, you know, maybe we should not have titles of nobility. And there was a proposal that if you accepted a title of nobility, you'd be stripped of citizenship. After the War of 1812 ended, and a lot of the sentiments that were against it died down, that amendment never got ratified. But that's kind of what led to it, was the powers that be kind of being freaked out by these outside influences. And then here's the picture that I showed you earlier of Abraham Lincoln. The 13th Amendment seems like it would be a foregone conclusion at the end of the war, but it took a tremendous amount of effort from Lincoln to really ram that through Congress, through building coalitions and all kinds of tricks. The movie about it is pretty true to history, and I highly recommend watching Lincoln. If you're into this kind of stuff, which if you're watching this you are, then you will very much enjoy it. But yeah, it was not at all a foregone conclusion without an enormous amount of pushing to get that amendment through. And then there was the presidential inauguration. That there is FDR. You know, he had just been elected president. He was enormously powerful. He was bringing with him an enormous supermajority from his own political party. The powers that be were very much in favor of changing the Constitution to help get the. I mean, it didn't affect his own inauguration, but they wanted his inauguration to happen sooner, and that helped encourage them to to support an amendment that would make that kind of thing happen in the future. They didn't like having the lame duck last for so long, and they had when they were the ones in power, and so they were able to change that for the future. And similarly, the 2-term limit. The opposition party then, the Republicans, did not like FDR staying in power for so long, and they slowly worked during his term to build additional power in order to propose a 2-term limit. A lot of Democrats also did not like FDR becoming basically president for life. Even if they liked him, they didn't like the precedent that was setting, so they were kind of interested in going along with the 2-term limit. And with his death, that made that a lot easier to do. And then there was DC voting rights, and that again was an insiders coalition. We think of Washington DC as a very blue area today. At the time that DC got the right to vote for president, it was actually pretty purple. I mean, the colors red, blue, and purple were not used the way they are until the 2000 election, so they wouldn't have used those terms. But it's what we would call, at the time, it was what we would call today a purple district. That made it a lot easier for the political insiders who worked and lived in Washington to force through a chance to get themselves a vote for president. And then it was similar with DC statehood. It was also proposed at that time when Washington, D.C. was a purple area. It did not end up getting ratified. D.C. was becoming bluer and bluer, and it had a lot of red opposition. And it did not end up getting ratified as an amendment to the Constitution. It expired. But the proposal was a similar effort. And then there was the poll tax. Now this one is a little bit surprising. Notice you don't see in that picture of the signing of the poll tax, you don't see any of the leaders of the civil rights movement. They were not actually in favor of an amendment to get rid of poll taxes. They were in favor of legislation to get rid of poll taxes. The civil rights effort had enormous success in the period leading up to that. In getting the Civil Rights Act, getting the Voting Rights Act, getting things through the Supreme Court as well that helped end a lot of the segregation and Jim Crow era. And they wanted to do the same method for poll taxes. They did not think they needed an amendment to the Constitution to do it. They believed in the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment. You'd be able to just write ordinary congressional legislation to get rid of a poll tax. And they believed that an amendment to the Constitution would kind of set that as the threshold and make it so that it would be a lot harder to get additional legislation through. And that is, to a large extent, what ended up happening. So the amendment got pushed through mainly from political insiders who were going through it, or who were going for it, and not so much the activists on the ground. And then there's presidential succession. That there is John Feerick. He was the dean of Fordham Law School for 20 years. Stepped down from that position about 3 years before I went to Fordham Law School. I interviewed him for our documentary, and he was a fantastic guy. He wrote, he was the lead author. There were many people. He likes to downplay his own role in it. But he was the lead author in the American Bar Association report on Article 5. One of the top experts in the world on the Article 5 convention process. But here's the thing is, when you write an amendment to the Constitution and you are one of the few, if maybe only, living person who has written a current amendment to the Constitution, you can't get that guy not to talk about that. And I appreciate it, and it's great. And when I interviewed him about Article 5, a few times he made sure to talk about the 25th Amendment, and that was a lot of fun. He was a young, fresh out of law school, and he wrote a paper on the need for a presidential succession law, amendment rather. And he wrote a model amendment, and he was connected with the American Bar Association. They were connected with Congress. They kind of had all of those political insider pieces in play. And then when John F. Kennedy died, suddenly he got a call from Senator Birch Bayh, who was the the leader of the subcommittee on the Constitution in the U.S. Senate and the Senate Judiciary Committee. And they had all the pieces in place needed, all the political insider pieces in place to push that amendment through. So let's talk about another kind of coalition. You're going to hear a lot more about the National Organization of, the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform. I love everything about that organization except their incredibly clunky name. Although there have been plenty of people who've criticized our name as well. Pauline Sabin and the other people who worked with her launching a political rally, and you're going to hear a lot more about that when John speaks, and I'm really looking forward to that talk myself. So again, coming together, this time using outsiders coalitions. This is the film Newsies, now a Broadway musical as well, and it depicts the real newsboy strike that was part of the labor movement. That's kind of a happier picture to depict. I could have done the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire, in which many little girls died. There was a similar horrible incident with the Matchstick Girls in England that was recently fictionalized in Enola Holmes. The children were, you've seen, my kids saw it in an American Girl movie. Children were working, their fingers were getting cut off from the machines they were working on. They weren't going to school. And a movement started of political outsiders to try to push to change that. And they worked for a very long time, for decades, in order to make that into the political insiders coalition that eventually, in order to get legislation through Congress that changed child labor laws. Those were the laws that eventually got overturned by the Supreme Court, and by that time it had become an insiders coalition where the Supreme Court had overturned something Congress had done, and then Congress wanted to change it back, backed by this outsider coalition with them. Then there was a prohibition. That there, if you're not familiar, is I'm blanking on her name. Why am I blanking on her name? She's got a great name. I will come back to it. Sammy's Googling it for me. Google Prohibition Hatchet. Carrie Nation. I remembered before you found it.
You got it. Yeah.
That is Carrie Nation. She would go around during the late 1800s with her hatchet, go town to town, go to the saloon, and destroy the place. Josh mentioned a connection between the women's rights movement and prohibition. This was kind of the early roots of that connection. The problem that they were seeing was that she and many others saw their husbands going out to the saloon. Women were not allowed in the saloon at the time. And they were getting drunk, and they were coming home, and there was a tremendous amount of domestic violence and other problems, poverty, and a number of other things caused by prohibition. And they actually built a coalition of a number of groups, from the NAACP to the KKK, that everybody kind of didn't like what happened when other people in other groups drank. And that helped then build a very large coalition of people who really absolutely did not see eye to eye on anything else, but it helped lead to the 18th Amendment to get prohibition of alcohol. And then the repeal of prohibition, Pauline Sabin and the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform. Once we had prohibition, it was no longer an issue that women weren't allowed in saloons. No one was allowed in saloons. And instead they had speakeasies, and women went in there illegally just as much as men did. So that changed quite a bit about the culture at that point. People found the problems that they had been expecting to be solved by prohibition. Many of them just got worse. The government was literally poisoning alcohol. People were dying because they were drinking illegal alcohol that had been literally poisoned by the government. Meanwhile, companies were selling like grape juice mixtures with instructions that said, warning, do not store under the cabinet in these conditions for this length of time or you might accidentally make wine. So it wasn't terribly effective either. And Pauline Sabin, I'm not going to go too much into her because we're about to have a talk that goes all about it. But she went all around the country building up that coalition of all the people from all different walks of life who needed to see that change. And in addition to the Great Depression, I'd say second only to the Great Depression, maybe even first above the Great Depression, they were what led the movement from its lowest point in its history in 1928 to passing the amendment in 1933, only 5 years later. And that's why we modeled a lot of our rebuild after their work. Then there's 18-year-old voting. At the same time that the Vietnam War was going on overseas, there were a lot of kids over here getting incredibly politically active. In a lot of ways because of the war, and then in a lot of other ways for other things too. And they rallied around quite a few political movements, and one of them was to make sure that they and their friends could actually get their voices heard. They saw themselves either being shipped off to war against their will, or seeing their loved ones being shipped off to war, or going to hiding and leaving the country, or going to jail to avoid that if they were opposed to the war. And they had no say in it. And they launched enormous rallies around the country to help push that amendment through. And then there's coalitions that are kind of a mix of both. And we saw that with the 17th Amendment. This was led in a large part by the voters of the states who were frustrated with the enormous amount of corruption. And then they worked through the states, and the states did a number of things in order to try to change the system. One of the things that they did, I'm going to talk about the one that I'm sure all of you are thinking about in a minute, but separately from that, they also had systems where they did straw voting with laws that were that would say whoever won the straw vote should then get appointed to the Senate by the state legislature. I should back up and just make sure everyone knows what happened with the 17th Amendment, actually. So at that time, before the 17th Amendment, senators were chosen by the state legislatures. They weren't chosen by the voters. And that led to a situation where it was enormously partisan and enormously corrupt. There was rampant bribery. There were often vacancies in the Senate. It was known as the Millionaires Club, and this was the Millionaires Club in the 19th century. I'm not even sure with inflation how much that is today, but it's probably pretty similar to the situation we see in the Senate today, quite frankly. I think because of the corruption and Citizens United and other cases, we're seeing a pretty similar situation in the Senate and in the House as well today as we saw then. And at that time, people talked to their state legislators who were much closer to the people. The state legislatures, in addition to passing calls for an Article 5 convention, they also created state coalitions or state committees rather on trying to see this amendment get through. We had a similar committee created here in Massachusetts a few years ago that I worked with a lot, the Massachusetts Citizens Commission, working on Citizens United overturning and that amendment. We saw the same thing happen there. And because of a lot of the political activism that was going on, we saw an increase in the number of senators in Congress who had either won a straw vote and were the choice of the people, or were otherwise chosen because they were the kind of people who people were supportive of. And that led to a softening of the Senate and an increase in their willingness to then propose the 17th Amendment before the final push, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then you see on the left there, that is a young Alice Paul. She had been radicalized in the British women's suffrage movement, and then helped become one of the leaders in the American women's suffrage movement, bringing a tremendous background in rallies, in effective civil resistance, and rallies that really prevented the powerful from being able to do anything but agree with them. And there's a book called Civil Resistance: What Everyone Should Know by Erica Chenoweth that I highly recommend everyone read. Civil resistance is not easy, and she was well trained in it and knew how to do it, and helped build that kind of outsiders coalition that helped see women's suffrage get proposed and get ratified when they didn't even have the right to vote up until that point. And then on the right, you can see Alice Paul as well, as 50 years later. Once women's suffrage, the amendment passed, they kind of built up a lot of insider power. They still had quite a bit, they still had a broad grassroots coalition that they were working with, but increasingly they were working inside the halls of Congress. And they were able to then get the Equal Rights Amendment proposed using a lot of that insider power. And while they still had coalitions and support, they did not have as much coalition and support for the Equal Rights Amendment as they had with the groundswell that they had created for women's suffrage. And as a result, when Phyllis Schlafly came along and built that kind of grassroots support on the opposite side, fighting against the Equal Rights Amendment, she was able to turn the tide and cause the defeat of the Equal Rights Amendment. And Phyllis Schlafly's group is called the Eagle Forum, which some of you know because some of you have seen them testifying against us in various state legislatures. After they defeated the Equal Rights Amendment, they went on to basically push back against any kind of effort to amend the U.S. Constitution, and they became one of the most vocal opponents of the Article 5 Convention process, spreading really outright lies about a lot of the history of it. More so, them and the John Birch Society and Common Cause are probably the three biggest. Common Cause on the left, John Birch Society, and Equal Rights Amendment on the right are the groups that are the three biggest ones in spreading falsehoods that other people end up believing on this process. We can see there the U.S. Constitution, Article 5 itself, of course, and that brings us to, the strategy that we actually have been pushing for the last 12 years almost now. And that is the states taking the lead. And it was the founders' method. That right there is the Article 5 Convention call from the state of New York, 1789. It was done in response to the unanimous circular letter from the New York State Ratifying Convention that called for the use of the Article 5 Convention process to get the Bill of Rights. New York and Virginia called for that convention. Hamilton, the letter was written by John Jay, who was the first Supreme Court Justice of the United States. Alexander Hamilton was one of the people who helped him with that, helped him write it and helped push for it, and voted for it as well in that convention. And he ended up being one of the big advocates who said that we should parry the zeal for amendments by proposing them rather than by fighting against it. And that helped pioneer the idea that this method can be a prod to get the amendments that we need. And we saw through that the Bill of Rights, which included the first 10 amendments of the Constitution. It also included what is now the 27th Amendment. That amendment was originally the Second Amendment. The Bill of Rights included 12 amendments at first. The ones that passed right away, that we now call the Bill of Rights, were amendments number 3 through 12. The original Second Amendment was congressional pay. And that got ratified largely because there was a young guy in Texas who wrote a paper that said we should ratify that amendment. And then he went around to all the states and said, This amendment has been on the books for, at that point, over 180 years, over 200 by the time it was actually ratified. And he spent about 14 years going around the states and convincing people that members of Congress should not be able to vote themselves a pay raise, and that they had already proposed an amendment to prevent it. We just needed to ratify it. And 200 years after it was proposed, we finally did. The original First Amendment was apportionment. That one is not so relevant now. It used a formula to set how many members there should be in Congress, and the formula made a lot of sense. It kind of calculated a range, and the range that it calculated made a lot of sense when our country was small in population. And then as it grew, the range ended up being we had to have more than like a few dozen and less than a few thousand, which means it's just kind of irrelevant if it gets ratified now. So it's still out there, it could get ratified, but it wouldn't really do much if it got ratified today. Then representing the people. This was mentioned yesterday, actually. Josh mentioned this as well. This is the Nebraska resolution calling for an Article 5 convention in 1893 for direct election of senators. They were the first ones in 1893, but they didn't really have a coalition behind them. It really built up steam when the coalition formed, starting with Pennsylvania and then a few other states following suit right at the same time in 1901, where the state legislators started communicating with each other to call for that amendment. That coordinated effort with the different states helped get us to the point where we were one or two states shy, depending on how you count, of having enough resolutions to get a convention to the Constitution. And that combined with the other efforts that were going on at the same time to try to soften the hearts of the Senate to make them more likely to be willing to pass it, that ended up prodding them to say, well, we don't want to have the states, take this away from us and have the states be the ones who get all the credit for proposing it. We want to be the ones who propose it ourselves. And that's what they ended up doing. So they ended up proposing the 17th Amendment, and the Senate ended up agreeing to changing the way the Senate itself got elected. Then there were some other efforts where the Article 5 convention method played a smaller role. This one here, I believe, is is that Kentucky? Indiana. That one's Indiana. That was their call for the Corwin Amendment, which I had mentioned earlier. The states were kind of freaking out when the Civil War was starting, not surprisingly. And a number of states proposed an Article 5 convention. Some of them specified the Crittenden Amendment, which is very similar to the Corwin Amendment, as something that would be an acceptable proposal. Others talked generally about the Civil War. Others called for an open convention, just to try to make sure the states all met to talk about whatever they could come up with. It was too little too late. The Civil War was already starting at the time that the states were passing this. And so there was no meeting of the states with the power to propose a change that could actually make the change happen. Then this one didn't have much effect, but I admire the effort. This is a resolution from Oregon. Now, I mentioned before where Lincoln had to really push and prod the House of Representatives to propose the 13th Amendment to end slavery. And seeing that the Senate already proposed it, and seeing the time limit running out for the House, Oregon said they should see if they can call for a convention to propose the amendment instead. It didn't have much effect because they were the only ones, and Lincoln's efforts were already underway. As far as I've been able to tell, Oregon's efforts didn't impact what was going on in Washington. But I have a feeling that if it had failed in Washington, Oregon's idea would have caught on, and we probably would have gotten a pretty major push for that amendment using the Article 5 convention method instead. Then it's the 2-term limit. Again, it didn't have a major role. It was during a period where a number of amendments were being proposed. A number of convention efforts were being proposed, and there were a number that came out for the 2-term limit in between FDR dying and the amendment actually being proposed. People were kind of getting frustrated that it took several years for Congress to act when it was so obvious that they should, and expected that they would act and propose the 2-term limit. And about 6 or 7 states passed convention calls calling for it. I don't know the degree to which that had any impact on the ultimate vote. I don't have much reason to think that it had a major impact on the vote in Congress, but that is something that no matter how much time you spend studying this stuff, there are always more questions. It might be that had a more significant impact, but as far as I'm aware, that did not have much of an impact on the 2-term limit. But it was an effort that involved several states. And then prohibition repeal. This one, it didn't have much of an impact, but it was fascinating. So there was an effort by a congressman in New York, Louis A. Cavalier. I have found very little information on him, but I found some primary sources, and I would love to know more. He wasn't significant enough to have his own archives. But I have looked through some archives and found some primary sources and some contemporary newspaper articles. He, along with a woman whose name I can't remember, also from New York, were kind of the ringleaders in pushing for an amendment to repeal prohibition using the Article 5 convention method. Now, they had a strategy that does not actually work. It's unconstitutional. They wanted to combine their few convention calls on prohibition reform with convention calls on other topics. That was one of the things that helped lead to people making up statements about the Article 5 convention, and one of the early things that led to some of the backlash against this process. Wayne Wheeler, who ran the Anti-Saloon League, he was probably the most legendary propagandist in American history. He was one of the first to use terms like Pandora's box and push for a lot of the lies that we still see today on the convention effort. There were a few things written before him, and it really took off with a bigger effort in the 60s and then a much bigger effort in the 80s. But that was in the early development of a lot of the anti-convention stuff. But I did find one, the woman who was, and I wish I could remember her name, but the woman who was working with Cavalier, she had a lot of kooky ideas about that were, I think, a little too, let's say, sexually liberating for the time period that she openly repeated in Congress. And that led to people like Pauline Sabin, who were trying to create a coalition that was very broad with all Americans to kind of push her and her effort to the side. But I haven't found enough about that to really state anything with too much certainty. But I did find one story in the New York Times about when this resolution passed in New York, the resolution you're seeing there. It was when it passed the Assembly in New York, the session before this. This one was when it finally passed both the Assembly and the Senate. But a year before, when it passed the Assembly for the first time, Cavalier got a standing ovation in the New York State Assembly. And I can, even though I can't actually see Josh, I can kind of picture the look on his face, because he is one of very few people who's experienced what that feels like. When our resolution got a standing ovation when it passed in Rhode Island. And it was kind of cool to read a story about the same thing happening like 80 years earlier on a similar effort. So you may have noticed I mentioned almost every amendment twice. And there's a reason for that. You can't really amend the Constitution using only one prod. There's a few exceptions, and you'll see that they were either smaller amendments or smaller efforts, ones that maybe didn't age as well. You see the 23rd Amendment, 24th Amendment. The ERA, which I personally support very much, but it didn't end up in the Constitution. Same with DC statehood, which I also personally support, but again, it did not have the power to get ratified. And those ones were done really just by organizing. Everything else we can see had at least two major efforts pushing for it that helped get it over the hump. We can see the 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendments, that's for civil rights, voting rights, and income tax. There was a combination of a war and also a major crisis, with the Supreme Court Amendment combined with the World War I, or with the Civil War combined with Reconstruction. We can see titles of nobility along with 13th, 18th, 19th, and 26th Amendments. Both had a major organizing effort behind them, either insider or outsider coalitions, and they also had a war that helped spur them on. The Corwin Amendment was the one effort where you could see an Article 5 convention call was combined with a war. And that did help get that proposed ultimately by Congress. The Corwin Amendment was proposed by Congress, even though they were still pretty far from a convention, and it didn't go anywhere, obviously, because of the war itself. Made it essentially obsolete. There was the Child Labor Amendment, along with the 11th Amendment of state sovereignty. 12th Amendment is vice presidential elections, and then we had 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Those all had major organizing efforts as well as a major crisis spurring them on. But frankly, I don't really want a war, and I don't really want a major crisis. And that leaves us with two prods left. And if we're going to need two prods, as every amendment that's been effective really has, then we're going to need both of those. And that means we're going to need the organizing effort, and we're going to need a convention strategy. And that combination is what got us the Bill of Rights, which included the first 10 amendments, as well as the 27th Amendment, and the Apportionment Amendment, which was also proposed, but obviously is irrelevant now. And it's also what got us to the 17th Amendment. And that's why that's been the strategy that we've been going with. And so Josh did say I'd talk a little bit about the peer-reviewed reports. That's really the end of this talk, which is mainly all new stuff that I wanted to go over. But I do just want to mention briefly some of the stuff that we've looked in. As you can see, we've done a lot of research. This talk, we've done enough research at this point that Josh and the events team decided that I should talk about the prodding effect, and they just said, I'm sure you have something that you've researched that is already written that you can just turn into a talk. And I said, yes, I have something that's like 40 pages long that I wrote for the Massachusetts Citizens Commission that has all the research already done. So I've looked into this stuff quite a bit, and I've looked into the Article 5 Convention more than I've looked into any of these others by a lot. There may have been some mistakes that I made in some of these others, and John, who's a much greater expert than I am on some of this time period, probably all of this time period, can feel free to correct me in any errors that I've made there. But what I know really well is the Article 5 Convention process. And that process there's one thing that I've read all of the peer-reviewed reports. I really think at this point, I'm not sure if there are any that I haven't read. And if anybody finds one and they don't think I've read it, send it to me. I will. If I haven't read it, I will. And one thing that I found is that while they all disagree here and there on some of the finer points, there's one point where they all agree. Unanimously, 100%, every single one of them agrees. And that is that there's no way a new limited convention call could possibly be used for an amendment on any other topic. There was a mention yesterday when when Admiral Bill Owens was on about another convention effort that he's working on that I'm also helping out with a little bit. For balanced budget amendment, and he said there's 34 calls for that. The argument that claims that there's 34 calls for balanced budget amendment does not use any of ours. And the reason why it doesn't use any of ours is because there's no way that a limited convention call like ours can lead to an amendment on another subject like the one that Bill Owens and others are pushing for. People who spread fear about our calls because they oppose the balanced budget or they oppose convention of states or they oppose this and that are doing a disservice, because we are ultimately, a lot of them claim on paper that they agree with us on what should ultimately get passed through Congress, but they have no path to actually get it through Congress. They say they just want to go with an organizing effort, and that's great. We encourage organizing efforts, inside organizing efforts like the one that American Promise is doing. There's a number of great organizations doing outside organizing efforts as well. That is also 100% needed. And they do great work. And we've heard from some people who are involved in organizations like that in various issues. That will not succeed without also having a second major prod. Now, we could end up in a war that makes the corruption so necessary that happens. We could end up in an enormous crisis, and I fear that we will. I don't want that to happen. What I want is us to get the amendment through the prod that has been used by our founders, that has been used by the coalition that got us the direct election of senators. That is the prod that I want to use ultimately in order to get the amendment that we need to prevent that kind of crisis from happening. And with that, I'm happy to take questions. Do you have any questions, Sammy, that you've seen there?
No.
Let me.
I don't know if Josh has any questions.
Here's another question: is can I hear? Oh, can I hear Josh in the current setup that I have? I think I can. Josh, are you speaking? Can you hear in Zoom? Is anybody talking other than me?
I think
I
it's
am
just
here.
you.
What did you need?
Oh, there
Yes,
you
I can hear you, Josh. Let me make sure that the YouTube audience can hear you as well. 1 second. Josh, can you speak? Can you hear him on YouTube?
Oh, on YouTube.
1 second. Let me make sure I'm on the right screen so that we can hear you on YouTube. Zooms. Okay.
I'm pulling.
Speak again, Josh.
Test 1 2.
Yes, we should be able to hear you. Yeah, we can hear you on YouTube now, I'm pretty sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I know what. I need to go back to this screen and turn off my camera.
Before we jump back into it, as the man behind the scenes here, the voice in the clouds, I want to say I appreciate everybody who shared the link and asked people to help out this weekend. We already had like a few $100 boost just from saying that this morning. So keep it going. I appreciate y'all.
That's great. All right, I can turn my camera back on now.
wolf-pac.com/workshop23. Grab a ticket, even if you can't make it and you're watching it on YouTube.
Feel free to jump in with questions or comments or anything you want to
know. There wasn't really any. Tim had one. You made a start. It was just now. He just wanted you to ask to go a little bit more into responding to pushback of an Article 5 convention.
Sure. Let's see. Where to begin on that? Well, first of all,
and I'll link the bullet points and stuff too as you're talking, Sam.
Yeah. So you can see the. Let me give you the basic rundown of how we know that a convention can't run away. So, and this is testimony I've given before. I have a 3-minute 10-minute, I have various length versions of this response, but I'll give you a relatively short one. So the Constitution has built into it a system of federalism and a system of checks and balances that break out the different roles into different areas. And Article 5 assigns parts of the role of the convention to Congress, to the states, to the courts, and to the people and delegates themselves. And I don't trust the Congress, and I don't trust the states, and I don't trust the delegates, and I don't trust the courts. But what I do trust is the network of all of them working together. I call that the safety net of Article 5, is the network of all of them with checks and balances on each other. We saw recently, in January 6th, a network tested and holed in the Constitution. And, that was scary. But what we see in Article 5 is a much, much stronger protection. It was a similar kind of protection where there's distributed powers, where the courts played a role, the people they had their own role in terms of what they were and weren't willing to do. The states had their role, Congress had their role. It was a similar kind of distributed system. Not all of that is obvious when you read the 12th Amendment of the Constitution. In order to see all those protections, you really have to understand the system of federalism and the system of distributed power that led it to be the point where you needed an enormous breakdown to see a takeover of the presidency. The reason why the Article 5 convention process is a much, much stronger safety net than that one is because in the end of the day, after you have a presidential election, come January 20th, you will have a president. So if the process breaks, it breaks in a way that will lead to a president, whether it's the right one or not. That's not the case with an amendment. If the process breaks, you don't get some bad amendment. You get no amendment at all. Getting an amendment that is something you don't want, an analogy I've made before, getting an amendment that you don't want through an Article 5 convention would be like trying to land a man on the moon and accidentally safely landing that person on Mars. They overshoot the moon, but they've got enough oxygen, the right trajectory, proper re-entry procedures, life support. They're able to make it to the Mars safely. That is not the way you build a rocket to go to the moon, and it's the same here. When you have if you have a breakdown where the Congress is not, let's say you have a breakdown where the delegates are not voting for an amendment that they should vote for. It's an improper amendment because it's not limited in the right way to what the states have called for. Then there can be legal action where the courts will declare that out of order and not a proper amendment. You can also have Congress take an amendment that's not properly authorized, just like Congress wouldn't propose an amendment onto the states if Congress proposed it with a simple majority instead of a 2/3 majority. That would be an improper amendment. They're not going to send that onto the states. Similarly, if an Article 5 convention is not proposing an amendment properly, they're not going to send that onto the states. Now, if Congress is refusing to do its job, or if Congress is doing the job that it should, or is doing their job wrong and sending it out to the states when they shouldn't, again, you can have legal action there, and the courts can step in. You ultimately have a protection of the states themselves, where the state legislatures, if they call for a convention limited to one subject and they get an amendment on something else, that is going to be treated with tremendous hostility. You need not only the 2/3 of states that you need to propose an Article 5 convention, you need 3/4 of the states to actually ratify that convention. That bar is enormous. One state house in each of 13 states can kill any amendment. Something that was not called for by the states can never meet that threshold. I don't trust any one of those those safety procedures on their own. The network of all of them working together is ironclad, and if it breaks in a way that leads to nothing. It doesn't lead to an amendment on another topic.
That can't be it. That was the only question. Come on. See how good of an answer that was? Keep those questions coming. I mean, we have so much time baked in for questions for this. I can, if folks want to raise their hand, I could probably even just bring you on video and unmute yourself so you can ask your question directly. Is that okay, Sam?
Yeah. We won't see their video, I think, on YouTube, but we will see it on Zoom. I will see it.
Put your question in the chat. Or feel free to raise your hand. I know you just went over all this, Sam. It's probably a redundant question. It's actually the title of the event. How do you get an amendment kind of like the normal way? But this is a personal for me in the sense of it was quite aggravating to hear in Tennessee after we had all of that great work happen. Legislators say that we're doing this the scary way and that we should just do it the normal way.
Yeah,
so
war is the scary way.
Yeah.
Crisis is the scary way. This is the way our founders themselves did it.
Well, we need to send this video to that legislator then.
Did you make that graph?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Took a while.
Amendment process, do you think parallels what we want to do the best?
What was that?
This is from Tim again. Which amendment process do you think parallels what we want to do the best?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination. I think the 17th Amendment parallels what we want to do the best, and that's why we've talked about it for a long time. In that it was, in that they were using the Article 5 convention process the most effectively. But I think the way they built up their coalition was not nearly as effective as the coalition that was built up for things like women's suffrage, for repeal of prohibition. Those coalitions were much more, as well as getting prohibition as well. I know I'm not proposing taking a battle axe anywhere, but as much of a legend as Carrie Nation was. But I think the way that those coalitions were built to get the groundswell is a crucial lesson. And then the other crucial lesson is the way the 17th Amendment used the combination of that kind of coalition building, even though their coalition building wasn't as good, together with the convention process itself.
I am concerned about corruption at the state level. How do we fight that?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so am I. Frankly, it's increasing. And there's a lot of urgency, and there's a few answers to that. So yeah, it's actually several questions in one. First of all, there will always be more corruption in Congress than there is at the state level. And it's simply because the people who are the most corrupt at the state level go to Congress. It's kind of where they graduate to. So no matter how corrupt you may think it is at the state level, it's always going to be your best bet. There have been times when that wasn't true in our history, but that's the case at the moment. Because that's where the most money is. Then the way that we fight back against the corruption that is there at the state level is through organizing. And I mentioned before briefly the book Civil Resistance, What Everyone Should Know. I can't recommend that book enough. It's eye-opening by Erica Chenoweth. They go into the history of nonviolent movements and how they fought back against enormous amounts of corruption to achieve their goals. And it's not easy. building that coalition is kind of the first step. And it is something that we read and looked at during the process of the committees as well. It wasn't as influential on our work as Pauline Sabin's movement and others, but it was something that we looked at. But that whole method of building up enough power to the point where they can't help but do what you want. And the way it works specifically in civil resistance, an effective civil resistance campaign denies the person that you're, denies the powerful, it denies the person who can make the change that you seek something that they need. And they can't get what they need without making the change you seek. One way to do that, and probably the simplest way, is to deny deny elected officials the chance to win elections by building up that kind of coalition. There are other ways that have been effective. We're seeing right now quite a few strikes and labor movements. These kinds of methods. A strike is exactly this kind of tactic. You've seen in the strikes in Hollywood, they're denying Hollywood actors and writers until they get the payment that they deserve. And that's exactly that kind of civil resistance action. So I think depending on the situation, everyone has to be designed itself depending on the situation. But those kinds of tactics are how you battle people who are not motivated to help you otherwise.
I have another question here.
Okay.
Steve Geller asks, you have been interested in several SCOTUS decisions throughout the history of Wolf-PAC. Other than the ones that worsened the issue, i.e. campaign finance reform, has anything else significantly changed our path since?
Yeah, definitely. There have been a lot of Supreme Court decisions that were directly relevant to the Article 5 convention process. Obviously we talk a lot about the ones that deal with campaign finance reform. But I'd say the most significant one, and one of our early advisors has been, and somebody who I have the utmost respect for, Larry Lessig, argued the case, and actually has spoken to Wolf-PAC about his experience arguing with it, what was the case? Chippewa, I think?
Moore versus Harper, the faithless electors decision?
Yeah, the faithless electors decision. Moore versus Harper is a different case. I don't have a lot to say about Moore versus Harper. I haven't read it recently. I haven't given it enough thought, although I know a lot has been written about it. I don't think it impacts us significantly, but the faithless electors decision is the one that I'm referring to, but I'm blanking on the name. There's a difficult to remember name for it. There was a plaintiff in it named Baca, and I wanted that to be the named defendant. Ciafalu? Something like that. Regardless of what his name was. The guy whose name ended up on the case instead of Baca. In that case, it was during the 2016 election, and there were a lot of electors who were pledged to vote for Hillary Clinton, who did not want to, or pledged to vote for Donald Trump, who did not especially want to. But I believe there were a number of electors who, I believe all of the ones who tried to be faithless electors were Hillary Clinton pledged electors. So they had been elected to vote for Hillary Clinton for president, and she didn't have a majority of the votes anyway. So some of them kind of decided to take the political stance of voicing their opinion for a different candidate. Some people wanted to get enough faithless electors on both sides to elect Colin Powell. But that obviously didn't happen, and really it couldn't have happened. And the faithless electors case highlighted the reason why. In the case of Washington State, where there were a handful of faithless electors, they were able to violate their vote or their pledge and vote for a different candidate from the one they pledged. They pledged to vote for Hillary Clinton, and I think most of the votes were for Colin Powell. There may have been others, but in Arizona, they had a different. Was it Arizona or New Mexico? No, it was New Mexico. There's a reason why I'm confusing those that I'll mention in just a second. In New Mexico, they had a different law in the books, and that law made being a faithless elector not just illegal, not punishable by a fine or anything like that, but it made it impossible. What it did was, if you voted in a different way from how you had pledged to vote, your vote was invalidated, and the vote was not counted, and you were replaced with an alternate elector, and that alternate got to vote in your place. So the elector who tried to run away in New Mexico, their vote never counted. Their Congress, when they read the votes, they counted all the votes for Hillary Clinton, who won that state, as she was supposed to, and did not have any runaways there. The faithless electors sued for violation of their rights, and it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And Larry Lessig argued the case. He told the story of it was in 2020, so no one was allowed to go to the court, and he argued his Supreme Court decision in his office in like a normal street clothes, jeans, over the phone, which is a little anticlimactic to finally get to argue a case before the Supreme Court, but it was still an honor to do it. And the decision came down that, yeah, those laws were valid. You could absolutely invalidate a vote for an elector, remove them from their position, and replace them with an alternate who will vote as instructed. Ever since then, that has been kind of the ironclad standard. There's a bill going through New Hampshire right now that applies that standard to Article 5, the Article 5 convention process. So delegates to a convention would also see that same consequence. If they tried to run away, they would find themselves just unable to, because they would just be replaced with another delegate. And there are a number of states that already have that law on the books. If we get to the point of actually having a convention, I expect states would pass that provision very quickly. And the reason I know states would do that very quickly is because that happened before. With the repeal of Prohibition, they wanted it to go through the states for ratification. Article 5 has two processes for ratification. You can either get it ratified by 3/4 of the state legislatures, or 3/4 of the states in state conventions. The only time we used the state convention route for Article 5 was Prohibition, and the reason was a lot of those legislators had already voted to ratify Prohibition, and so there were a number of reasons that people gave, but the one that I find the most compelling is that a lot of the state legislators had already ratified in favor of Prohibition. It was a tall task to then ask them to ratify to repeal the amendment to the Constitution that they had put in place. So it went to state conventions, and the state conventions ratified it. And one of those conventions in Arizona, that's the reason why I was confusing those two a minute ago. I was trying to remember which was involved in the 1933 story and which in the 2016. In Arizona, they had that exact same provision for the Article 5 ratifying convention. And they didn't, as far as I'm aware, pull it out of nowhere either, because there were similar provisions that were not written in the legal books, but used in practice in 1788 in the conventions that ratified the U.S. Constitution. Those were ratified under conventions under Article 7. We have three different types of conventions in the Constitution. We have the Article 5 Proposing Convention, which is what we're working on, the Article 5 Ratifying Convention that I just mentioned, and then the Article 7 Ratifying Conventions, which are state conventions to ratify the U.S. Constitution itself. And in those Article 7 conventions, many of the states had instructions on their delegates, and in one in particular, in New Hampshire, In the small town of Boscawen, New Hampshire, I was corrected when I told this story in New Hampshire on how to pronounce the name of the town. I was corrected by the town crier of Boscawen who is the state legislator in New Hampshire, on how to pronounce the name of her town. But they, in the records for their Article 7 conventions, you can see they had a delegate who was pledged to vote against ratifying the U.S. Constitution. That delegate went along with all the others to meet in a convention in New Hampshire, and they realized that they had so many delegates who were pledged to vote against the Constitution that they couldn't ratify it. But they did discuss it, and they convinced them that it was the right thing to do to ratify it. And so they adjourned the convention. They did not try to ratify it over the objections of the instructions. They sent the delegates back to their towns that appointed them to ask for new instructions. And a lot of towns did give new instructions. In the town of Boscawen, I still might be mispronouncing that. I hope I'm not. If I am, I apologize to anyone from New Hampshire. But in that town, they told their delegate told them, I'm going to vote for the Constitution. I'm going to be a runaway delegate if you send me back there. And they had another delegate who was already picked out and ready to go to replace him. And they had a vote. Do they want to send this delegate to the convention to vote their conscience? Or do they want to replace him with someone else who will follow the instructions of the delegates? And they decided to send him back and allow him to vote his conscience. They could have enforced their provisions, just as Arizona enforced a very similar provision, just as New Mexico enforced a very similar provision, just as we can enforce those provisions under Article 5 proposing conventions. And they chose that they would let their delegate vote his conscience, and because enough delegates were allowed to do that, were allowed to change their votes by their towns, they ended up ratifying the Constitution in New Hampshire, making it the 9th state and putting it into practice. It was a little bit of bad news for the state of Virginia, because in Virginia they had just, they were celebrating being the 9th state until a few days later when a Pony Express rider reached them and they found out that they were a couple of days too late. So, oops. The New Hampshire ratification also had a major impact on New York. Alexander Hamilton actually had a Pony Express rider waiting in New Hampshire to bring news to Poughkeepsie, where they were meeting in convention there, as soon as the ratification was complete. In New York, they were debating about whether or not they should have a second Philadelphia-style convention. The Constitution had not been ratified yet. Article 5 had not yet gone into effect. They couldn't have an Article 5 convention. So they were debating about whether or not they should have another open convention that could debate and discuss the Constitution and repropose it again from scratch. When you see people talking about how the founders were opposed to a second convention, that's the second convention they were opposed to. They were opposed to a convention that did not involve first ratifying the U.S. Constitution and instead just involved taking it from scratch. We still just have the Articles of Confederation, which were a mess and were ineffective. This work that they've done, we're just throwing out. We're starting over from scratch. They were opposed to that. Once we ratified the Constitution in the 9th state, it was required to ratify it by 9 states in order to put it into effect. That meant Article 5 was going into effect. And that meant we had a new tool. And that changed the debate in New York. Now the question was not, should we stop the Constitution from going into effect and try to get a new convention that'll propose something else? Instead it was, this is going into effect with or without us. Do we want to be part of it and then seek a convention under Article 5 to get the changes that we all agree we need? Or do we want to not be a part of it? The Constitution will go on without New York, and then we'll just hope to get the changes through some other means. And they decided that what they would do is unanimously, I mentioned before, they unanimously agreed to write the New York Circular Letter, which called for the use of the Article 5 convention process to push for the amendments. And the same people who were absolutely bitterly against a second Philadelphia-style convention, John Jay, Alexander Hamilton, as I mentioned, John Jay, who wrote the letter, was the first Supreme Court Justice of the United States. He was bitterly against the idea of a second Philadelphia-style convention, and he wrote the letter calling for the first use of an Article 5 convention within a day or two, within a few days of arguing against a Philadelphia-style convention. And he did it because he knew that they were different things. He was also one of the authors of the Federalist Papers. He knew that those were different things. That helped lead to the Bill of Rights. I know that kind of went off on a tangent, but I think it was a tangent worth going off on.
Nice. I'm not seeing any other questions. Someone did say Chiafalo versus Washington.
Yes, that's it. Chiafalo versus I forgot the name Chiafalo. I apologize to Mr. Chiafalo, but I forgot the name Chiafalo v. Washington. Thank you.
Sam, did you want to clarify anything from the Admiral yesterday about the balanced budget movement and their number? And
I will clarify my role. I don't want to.
I just meant any confusion on like the number, because there was just a little bit yesterday on that panel. That was all.
I'll clarify I'll clarify a little bit. I don't want to. I will talk more about this when there's more that I can talk about. So there was an effort that was talked about a while ago to try to get an amendment for the balanced budget amendment. I'm not. I disagree with them on some of their policies. There's some ideas that I don't know how I feel about one way or the other. But I have been talking to them on issues dealing with Article 5 directly, and I'm doing that completely separate from Wolf-PAC. It's a separate. I'm an independent contractor, and they're a totally separate client. And that's also why I can't talk really about their efforts until some things are more public, but as soon as they are, I will happily talk to you guys all about it. I have talked a little bit about what I've been able to talk about before. I will say that the count that they've been looking at involves, the argument that they've been making is that there were 34 or more by 1979. And once you get 34, then rescission absolutely counts, but once you hit the threshold number, then the right to have a convention vests, and you can't rescind after that. That's what they're saying they have 34 with. And that doesn't affect Wolf-PAC at all one way or the other, because we have not hit 34. And a lot of the convention calls that they were talking about had been rescinded already. So whether they're right or not on that is really a completely separate question from what we're doing with Wolf-PAC. And that's something that I've been advising them on that kind of stuff. When they're looking at which ones count, 100% they are not looking at anything that we've done as something that could possibly count together with what they're looking at. Because anybody who's serious about this effort knows that there's no way that a limited Article 5 convention call could possibly use to get an amendment on any other subject. We've also seen a lot of, while I'm talking about other convention efforts, I should also probably mention, because I've seen a lot of questions come about Convention of States lately. We have no relationship with Convention of States. I personally run into them and talk to them, the on-the-ground volunteers. A lot of the on-the-ground volunteers are great people, and I tell them the same thing that I've said in several interviews I've done with Aaron Ra, interviews I've done with Mike Figueroa and others. I tell them the same things that I said in those interviews, which is they have become a very partisan organization, and I don't think that their national leadership is serious about the convention. The rhetoric that they've been putting out there, when you look at conventions, ones I agree with and ones I disagree with, in terms of their policy. They all understand, all the ones that are serious understand how important it is to be bipartisan. That you cannot amend the Constitution in a partisan way. It's simply designed to be impossible to do that. And so when you see people like Rick Santorum talking about just getting more Republicans elected so that the Convention of States can have 38 states to ratify an amendment, that to me screams of, I'm trying to raise money and get money off of this. I'm not actually trying to amend the Constitution. And that's not always the way they've talked in the past. In the past, I do think they have been serious, and their volunteers on the ground are serious. And while I disagree with many of them on policy, I do think that many of the volunteers do understand this stuff correctly, and I know from talking to them that they are deeply frustrated with their national leadership. And frankly, that kind of rhetoric from their national leadership hurts all of the convention efforts. So I did want to mention that while I have an audience as well.
Yeah, that was great. I really appreciate that. We felt the tail end of it, or maybe actually the beginning of it, honestly, Sam, of what happens in the States too, because the minute we would say we were working on, people would think we were with Convention of the States and like wouldn't even give us a meeting. Like it started putting up barriers just even for us.
Yeah, well,
Because
they
it
took.
started getting like abusive and stuff with offices and staff and verbally, of course.
Yeah, that's why we don't call it a convention of states. That was a generic term, and they kind of took it as a brand name. It was a perfectly fine thing to call an Article 5 proposing convention, but they took it as a brand name, and now if you use it, people think you're part of their group, which we're not. So, yeah, and another thing that I could mention real quick, the term Article 5 convention versus other terms, it's something I've talked about before. A lot of people within the Article 5 convention movement hate the term constitutional convention, and I completely understand why. Because there are so many different types of conventions under the Constitution, and people often think of a constitutional convention as what happened in Philadelphia, and that's fundamentally different than what we're talking about. Eventually I learned to make peace with that term. I forget who it was. It was a Wolf-PAC volunteer who pointed out that we spend so much time worrying about that term, and it's really not worth it. And I realized very quickly that they are 100% correct, because if you actually read the scholarly literature, the idea of distinguishing what term you use for it is a relatively new phenomenon, only the last 15 or 20 years or so. And I get the intent there, because it is more clear when you use different terms for different types of conventions. But most of the scholarly literature instead calls them all constitutional conventions and then uses other explanations to distinguish between different types. We saw that going all the way back to Jameson's treatise on conventions and in the mid-19th century, and Hoare's treatise on conventions in 1910. They both dealt with every different type of convention, and they were all under the general umbrella of constitutional conventions, and then they distinguished what's similar and different about different ones based on what kind of convention that particular one was. And I found that a lot more freeing to not worry as much about the name. But I do also understand why a lot of people in this movement disagree with me on that.
Yeah, I mean, I just literally am triggered of thinking of all the conversations we've been in about messaging and wording, and it's probably not a coincidence, Sam, that the last 20 years, when the pushback on the convention stuff has been probably at its highest, or at least in recent time anyway. That could be a good reason why people are trying to reword it. Because one of the biggest opposition we got in the very beginning was Philadelphia, and then once we push back on that, you barely or very rarely hear opposition use that as an example at all anymore. Same goes with counting them in different piles. They used to do that against us all the time. You could combine these, and they very rarely use that one as well now. So,
yeah, I mean, I find I can just effectively push back against the Philadelphia stuff without. In fact, I do it more effectively without spending the first 25 seconds of that pushback by explaining the definition of a word. I just explain what's different about this type of convention versus another one.
Yeah.
instead of starting with the definition and then explaining why this other word means something different from that word. I just explain what's different about it.
Yeah, I always just say that convention actually is what led to the framework and the
Yep.
rails of Article 5. Like, you
Absolutely.
can't compare the two because literally Article 5 didn't even exist. It was created at that convention. So it's
Yep.
kind of like the only thing it really has in common is the word convention. That's usually what I end on.
Their conventions, they have to do with the Constitution,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is why a lot of the scholarly literature talks about them both as being kinds of constitutional conventions.
Yeah, when we do the website again, Sam, which we're talking about now, a lot of the
Mhm.
books and stuff you just reference, I think we should definitely put on
Yeah, I think our
like a
library should be a
resource
hell of a lot
list.
bigger.
Yeah, I think we need to make our library much more extensive, which we can, because the last 5 years we definitely have been going down that rabbit hole even more. But we do have quite a bit on there. So again, if anybody's interested, I'm going to link it. We have a couple of articles we wrote many moons ago too that I think are still pretty relevant because it is pushback on the convention fears
Yeah,
for sure.
we have one scholarly article which is not really my favorite one on there actually, but it had the name Harvard on there, so that's kind of people who know how to do research will be more impressed with the other things that are on there, and people who don't will be impressed with the name Harvard. There's also, in addition to that one article from Harvard, is are the really some of the best reports that are out there from the Department of Justice, the American Bar Association, Congressional Research Service. And one thing that has been great about working with Wolf-PAC for the last 12 years, I think at this point I've met, or at least spoken to, the authors of just about every report that's on there. And a couple of them I've become kind of friendly with, like Stephen Markman, who wrote the 1987 Department of Justice report. I've got his phone number. I talked to him a few weeks ago. He's a great guy. He spoke at the Academy of States 2.0 that Wolf-PAC participated in. And yeah, he's a really nice guy. He couldn't participate in a lot of politics stuff because after he left the Department of Justice, he was a judge and he was the Chief Justice of the Michigan State Supreme Court for a while. He wasn't able to participate in this stuff, but he's since retired, and I've been happy to get a chance to talk to him about this. I mentioned before, I've talked to John Furyk quite a bit, who's the primary author of the American Bar Association paper, quite a few other. I'm really excited to hear from John coming up, and now we're getting close to the time, in about 10 minutes. And hear what he has to say about Pauline Sabin. Because one thing I found when we were looking through, just to give you how we ended up finding John, when we were looking through the committees, we were looking at a question similar to what Tim asked. I wonder if Tim may have even asked it at the time of the committee. I don't remember if he was in that committee at the time. But somebody in the committees, we were talking about comparing to other movements that were successful. I think it was before Tim joined Wolf-PAC, but I'm not sure. I was looking into how they got it done with Prohibition, and I rewatched the Ken Burns documentary, and they made a real quick mention of Pauline Sabin there, and the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform, and that sounded like exactly what we were trying to do, but like it was such a quick thing. So I started researching books about her, and there were very few. I ended up reading 6 different books, but John's book was the one that went into her story by far the most. All the others that I was looking at just had like a chapter on her. There's very few experts on what she did, and alive today. I consider the Article 5 Convention to be a niche subject. There's so many more people who study it than study what Pauline Sabin did, and I'm super excited to hear what John has to say about her, because I'm hoping to learn a lot more.
Me too. I said the same thing to him on Friday when we talked. I don't see any more questions. We still got about 10 minutes before break. Does anybody have any other questions for Sam? All right, I don't see any. Guess we can go to break a little early.
I guess so. I will be around. And with our current setup, it's a little easier for me to jump on if need be. Uh, with my video on this setup, which is not quite what I expected, I can either be the only one on screen or not on screen at all. But my voice can be on there quite easily.
I'll try to mute myself more. I know it sounds like a soundboard for a scary house with all the creaking doors, but it's just because I have an older home and all my doors creak.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, we can go to break. I will be here as well, just doing some things, but we will come back at 1:30, and John will be with us to go over his book he co-authored, Liberated Spirits. I'll put that in the chat too, so everybody has it.
All right. I'm gonna put up the splash screen on YouTube. I'm also gonna put up a countdown timer to 1:30,
Perfect.
so that people will know when we're coming back.
Sounds good. And if anybody can, feel free to do a last minute push to help us get some more folks in here. There's a couple of posts on
I'll
social
put a
media.
link
You
to
can
that
even
too.
just retweet or share on Facebook. Is it retweet or is it rex? What is that now?
Oh, good question.
Right? That is weird. How do you say it, right? Rex?
It was not entirely thought through.
I re-X'd it. If you guys can re-X it, that would be that would be helpful.
Who's trying to talk? Get rid of us. Get rid of that. Wait, I can't hear him. Can you hear him?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Appreciate that, Tim. Appreciate it, Eric. Appreciate it, Steve.
Oh. Turn off. Did you hear Josh?
Sam, are you all set back there? Back there as if like we're still in the studio?
Yes, I think so, right? Could you hear what you're hearing? Did people in Discord and YouTube hear Josh?
Can somebody confirm that in the chat, please?
There's a
Discord.
long delay on YouTube. I think you're going out to YouTube.
Is John here?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, yep. You're working. We can hear you on YouTube, we can hear you on Zoom.
I believe this is John. I'll give him access. Hold on 1 second. John, you should be able to unmute and video.
There I am.
Awesome. Welcome. Virtually. Hopefully next year we get to do this in person. We talked a little bit about that yesterday.
Yeah, that would be great.
Absolutely. All right, Sam, we're good to go?
Yes.
All right, perfect. We'll certainly appreciate you, John, joining us. And for all those watching either on YouTube, we got to go into Discord, and of course here inside Zoom, inside the arena, if you will. Yeah, we're going to be getting into a discussion here. This is going to be pretty much our last segment of the workshop. And I know we've mentioned multiple times, even Sam prior to this, how excited we are to have John here with us today, because the Pauline Sabin story is a new one to us at Wolf-PAC, something we looked into quite a bit when we were examining our organization and figuring out ways that we could improve. And, you know, once we realized that organizing was one of the biggest, if not the biggest thing that we missed, Pauline Sabin's story really resonated with us in the way that she approached things and how she got this done. And yeah, at the end of the day, it would be naive of us to not look back at history and learn from the brave men and women who came before us, who, you know, were courageous to do these things. Not to mention do these things at a time where there was no internet and no Zoom meetings, right? We couldn't all get on Zoom all across the country. They quite literally had to physically meet up. So yeah, really excited about this conversation here, John. And what I'll do is I'll grab questions throughout and just try to get you a bunch, hopefully, towards the end. So yeah, without any further ado, let's bring the man on, right?
Sure. Well, thank you so much for this opportunity. I mean, it's hard to get opportunities at his story to let you talk for any significant amount of time. So
we were excited.
So I appreciate this.
Yeah,
and just a very quick sort of a shout out or a caveat or whatever we want to call it. I should mention that you know, while I guess I have a certain expertise related to Pauline Sabin, it's rooted in a book that I co-authored, and really the genesis of that book and sort of the wheel and the whim of it was really conceived by one of my best friends, Hugh Ambrose, who unfortunately passed away during the preparation of the book. But I had done most of the research, and so I completed the writing of it and the promotion of it. But I just always need to make sure that it's clear that I was not a one-man show by any stretch of the imagination. But getting into Pauline, Sabin and her involvement in trying to overturn the 18th Amendment, which established prohibition in the United States universally. Just some really quick background on prohibition itself and how it came to be, and then how Pauline came to be, and then we'll get into sort of the mechanism that she created for bringing about its downfall and repeal. And there were other groups, but she and her organization really were the driving force and the consistent force that made that happen. So with regard to prohibition, it had been proposed for probably 75 years before it came to fruition. And when it did, it was viewed significantly as a woman's issue, that this was protecting motherhood and womanliness by eliminating this horrible evil that had set itself upon society, which is also why Pauline Sabin, when she becomes involved, is heavily focused on women as the identity group that she wants to work with, because she believed that, if this was set upon women as something for them or benefiting them, it was women who needed to discredit it. But the really key point about prohibition itself is that once the 18th Amendment was ratified and it became the law of the land, the American people had no expectation whatsoever, even up to the last 6 months or so before it was repealed, that it could be repealed and it would not be the law of the land for the rest of their lives, because none of the other amendments had ever been challenged in such a significant way. None had ever been overturned. None had even been considered to be overturned with any significant amount of effort. So there was a deep resignation in the country that this was the way it was going to be. But some of that resided in the fact that 70 to 75% of America was already living under some prohibition legislation, whether it was at the county level or the state level. The majority of Americans already lived in that way. It was really just in the urban areas, but this is a period of transition where America is becoming more urban and less rural. And that in itself feeds a little bit of what Pauline is able to tap into later on, is this changing America. So that's just a little background on prohibition and sort of where it stands in 1920. In 1920, Pauline Sabin is a political novice, though she had grown up in a political family. Her father had been Secretary of the Navy with Roosevelt back in the 1890s when he was working with President McKinley, and her family had a certain amount of wealth and prestige, and had always occupied various political positions. So she had grown up sort of inside the Beltway, if you will, and understood a little bit about how that world worked. But then she had moved on and married well, as a society girl would, and raised 2 boys. But something clicked. She was never a suffragette, but because she was fortunate enough most of the time to live in states that had already allowed women to vote, such as in New York, had allowed at least voting on state and local matters for many years before the national amendment that granted the 19th, that granted the vote to women everywhere. But she just decided at some point she needed to be involved in politics, that it just sort of stirred her soul. So she started at the county level in the Republican Party. That was the party of her family, her father, her grandfather, and so on. So it was just a natural place for her. It was also, maybe hard to believe, the Republican Party at that time was the party that had advanced women's suffrage. You might not get that impression today, but in 1920, they were the leading force of that effort. And so once she engaged in politics, she decided she just needed to learn how it worked. How did committees work? How did state conventions? How did delegates get nominated? How did the process work? Because she wanted not so much to elevate herself within the party, but to understand how it works so she could have greater influence in the party itself. She didn't see herself as ever running for office, but she ended up getting on county boards within the Republican Party, then state delegations at their state nominating and primary conventions and things like that. And she just kept making more and more connections. And the interesting thing is she actually favored prohibition because she viewed it, as many people did, that prohibition, that alcohol consumption and its abuses did damage to the family and to the home. But by 1928, she has something of a revelation. She has an opportunity with one of her Republican clubs to speak to some college students. And she never really said which college it was at, which I think was just her way of being discreet. But one of her friend's children attended the school, and one of the topics of discussion was prohibition. And the students, sort of within this kind of a format that we're doing, in sort of a workshop or discussion group, their only concern about prohibition was whether or not them getting caught drinking, which they admitted they were all doing, would in any way impinge upon their future career prospects. And she was very disturbed that none of them seemed to care that they were actually breaking the law, only that it might have another impact. And so she started talking to her friends, and they ended up having the same kinds of ideas that, yeah, that doesn't, if all we're doing is creating a disrespect for the law on any level, even if the law is right or wrong, this is a significant problem. And so she literally, after one of these meetings with her friends, 8 or 10 ladies at a little tea and crumpet session at her house, decide that they are going to form an organization to bring about the end of prohibition. And that organization, she decides, must have a name that is very clear as to what the intent is. And so it's a very wonky name, it's a very clunky name, but it says everything that she thought people would understand, and that is the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Repeal. So it's an organization for women, organized by women, run by women. It is about national prohibition repeal because Pauline understood, based upon how prohibition had come to be, that there were still these sort of rural or more conservative pockets of the country who might want to retain prohibition on a local level, which remained very true. Actually, the town I lived in did not allow alcohol until 1966. And that was only off sale. We didn't get a bar until 1974. And that was a 3-2 beer bar. And then it was another couple of years before we actually had a full service working bar. So Pauline understood that just asking for it on a national level, the repeal, not insisting that there be or not be prohibition, but repealing the national law would then allow local and state control, which was all she was asking for. So, like I said, the name's a little wonky and long, but it stated everything that she needed to, and felt that it got their message across very simply from the get-go. Once they had decided upon the name, which was the very first thing they did what I would term a grassroots campaign in reverse. So usually a grassroots campaign means that you're starting at the most basic level, in your local communities, neighborhoods, and then up to maybe the city level, and then the county level, and then state. You just kind of build from the bottom up. Well, she did it in reverse, but it was still a very much grassroots effort in the sense that it started with her political connections and her friends and her garden club and so on. And she had, in the early 20s, had established a group called the Women's National Republican Club, which was housed in New York City and still maintains the same headquarters that it did in 1923 when it was founded. So this is their anniversary year. But it was very much centered in the East at that time. And so she had a lot of connections based upon that and her social connections over the years. And so she just sort of sent the word out among her friends and her associates and her political connections that they were forming this organization. And then before she sort of set them to the task of working downward or grassroots in reverse, she made it very clear that, again, what they were about was repeal. And the reason that they wanted repeal was this thing she had discovered when talking to the college students, that there was this emerging disrespect for the law that had led so far that it had created these massive crime syndicates. And at the same time, the creation of the law and all the accompanying legislation that was required to put the law into effect and enforcement had created a huge, in her mind, trampling of civil rights. And at that point, she raised something that had been discussed mildly, but no one had really talked about a lot, which was that the 18th Amendment establishing prohibition was the only one that took rights from people. Every other amendment had offered rights or freedoms or protections to their rights, as outlined in the Constitution. And so she said, we're not going to talk about whether or not prohibition and alcohol consumption are right or wrong or any of that. We're only going to talk about what's being denied in terms of our constitutional freedoms and whether that's right or wrong. And so she had sort of developed this philosophy at the same time that was expressed in that name of the organization: unified and simple messaging. Here's who we are, and then here's what we're trying to accomplish. And it has nothing to do with the original intent of prohibition. It has to do with what has been affected by it. And then her second kind of component or philosophy at the time was approaching any either potential member of their organization or anyone who they might speak to with understanding, acknowledgement of their concerns or issues, even if they didn't agree or disagree, and always attempting to find common ground. And that would be a keystone of the entire movement, was, again, trying to focus upon what are the things that we both care about and how is this law damaging that. And that was a very effective tool. And then the other thing was she got a lot of criticism for becoming a single issue advocate or politician. And in her mind, and in the philosophy that she spread to the growing membership of this organization, was prohibition was not a single issue because it did trample on civil rights. It did not achieve the goals that it aimed to. It created more lawlessness and these massive crime syndicates and led to the formation of the first federal police force, and made so-called ordinary citizens into criminals for very simple acts of having a drink. And so she kept stressing that these common themes were common places for discussion and for people even of varying views, even if they still believed liquor was immorally wrong or liquor consumption immorally wrong, they could agree and find common ground on these other points. So when she switched to the so-called single issue, she quickly turned around and said it's not a single issue because it affects all these other things. And one of the other ones that became sort of a big issue among men when they started to grow the organization later, men never joined, but they certainly became allied with certain men's groups, was that there was a massive reduction in tax revenues, which in the middle now of a depression at this time, we're into past 1929, that it was greatly harming the economy further than what the economic displacement of workers and capital and all that had done. And so, again, she kept stressing things other than the reasons prohibition had been put into place. So, sorry, I have to flip through my notes here once in a while to make sure I didn't forget something. Yeah, and then the other thing would have been just the fairness of the law, applying the same law to everybody with different values, different heritage, different experiences across the board, created huge inequities. So along with sort of the violation of civil rights was this idea that this is inequitable amongst a wide variety of people. So she came up with the plan. It started with sort of this, as I said, grassroots and reverse idea, the simplification of a name that explained who and what they were and how they might progress. But then she kept adding sort of layers to it. And the first layer was before sort of sending people out to start establishing, local and state chapters, she held a huge meeting in Chicago in 1929 where it was basically exactly what you guys have been doing this weekend, is educating people on what the law was, what were the arguments against the law, and how might we change the law. And from that very first large meeting, which was attended by a few hundred women, most of whom knew Pauline personally or were sort of friend of a friend, but very eager to involve themselves. From that very first meeting, she said, we will be pursuing an amendment. You had to get an amendment to repeal the amendment. And so she said, we'll get an amendment, but we will be asking for state conventions. And that was the first time anybody had ever really proposed that idea, because it had always seemed very clunky. So until that point in time, every amendment and every proposed amendment had been approved by state legislatures. So Congress would say, yes, we're going to allow this amendment be sent to the states for ratification, which required 3/4 of all the states at the point in time that the amendment was passed, typically with a 7-year sunset provision for getting it done. But it went to state legislatures for their consideration and vote. And Pauline had determined, having been an insider, if you will, in the Republican Party, that state legislatures and legislators were very heavily influenced by what we would now call lobbying groups. They didn't really refer to themselves that way at the time. They didn't even really refer to them as special interest groups. But there were these people who hung around and said, hey, how about if I let you use my lake house for a week, kind of thing, and you maybe either vote this way or that way on an issue, or maybe we'll help you out with your campaign if you do this or that. So lobbying at that time was much more heavily done in the state legislatures. It was starting to be done more at the national level, but there had been a network that had developed over the years of special interests who worked in state legislatures sort of under lobbying efforts, because until 1916, all U.S. senators were elected by state legislators. So it was, very important, to form national policy through the Senate by controlling who got into the Senate. Well, in 1916, there's an amendment to the Constitution that provides for direct election of senators by popular vote. So they lose a little influence in the state houses, but those lobbying groups or individuals are still sort of hanging around. So Pauline had seen this in her years of education within the Republican Party and decided, we don't want to mess with the legislatures, because we know how sort of easily influenced or swayed they can be by these moneyed interests that are kind of trolling the hallways and offices in those state capitals. And so she says, we're going to go the convention route. And of course, since it had never been tried, everyone sort of blankly looks at her and asks, how do we do that? And so, she much like you guys are doing, brought in sort of a constitutional expert who very basically explained it's the same process. You still get Congress to approve an amendment be sent out to the states for ratification, and it's still 3/4 of all states must approve. But what you do is you hold a special convention. So you have a special election to elect the delegates who will go to the state convention. And then they basically have some discussion. It usually doesn't last too long. It's a day or two. And then they decide up or down, will we support this amendment? And so everybody thought that was a great idea. And the greatest aspect of the idea was that Pauline and Wamper could take that idea to state legislators and then to federal legislators and say, we're not going to ask you your feelings on prohibition or the law itself. We're going to ask you, would you permit the American people to decide the fate of prohibition? And that was a very difficult thing for any legislator at any level of government to deny, to say, no, I don't think the American people should have a vote. I'm their vote, and so she was very shrewd in having figured that out. And someone else had sort of, a colleague who was a U.S. Senator, James Wadsworth from New York, had sort of turned her on to this idea. He had tried to get an amendment of his own passed a few years previous, to that effect, that simply it would require state conventions be held after every election in which sort of the political makeup of a state legislature changed after the election for national offices. It was very complicated and confusing, but his thought was that, you've changed the makeup of your political or of your congressional people. And so, since that was voted by the people, should the state legislature really have the involvement of selecting who was who and how it works? It was very complicated, but the essence was that the way to bypass all that was state conventions. So that's what Pauline decides upon. And so part of this educational process at that very first convention is to explain how that would work. So it was about, here's our arguments against, and here is what we're asking, which is really just, can we vote on it? Not even arguing whether or not it's right, wrong, or the other, or are there other options, just can we vote on it? And here's how we would do it. So there's this massive, sort of effort in the first 6 to 12 months where all they're doing is educating themselves on how the process works. Then once they've understood that process, excuse me, then it's time to go out and sort of form our organizations. And so again, it kind of starts from this top down. It's like they'll allow anything to be formed, but Pauline says, we need to have somebody in every single state so that if there's a question, we have that expert. You were just here and you learned all about it. Now you're going to go back to Texas and you're going to be our expert, if you will, in that state. And then you're going to start to sort of build your network from the people at the garden club and in your local parties and so on and so forth. And then sort of it was almost like a pyramid scheme, working from the top down, where you just keep feeding that education and experience to new members, and you keep placing things in very simplified messaging. That it's really about, is this law making society any better? Did it really have its intended effects? And at the same time, we can see that it had the opposite effect, especially in the trampling of civil rights and in fairness. So like I said, it's this whole grassroots and reverse campaign. And then the other big component of that is that even though Pauline was Republican, she had been going to Democratic events for years because her husband was a Democrat. And so she believed that none of the members of Wamper in building this organization should ever talk about which party they belonged to, or if one party was more helpful or useful than another. They wanted to be totally nonpartisan and at the same time non-confrontational. They would take meetings or appear at meetings or talk to newspaper editors, magazine publishers of any political stripe in a non-confrontational way. And if, some of those people might try and goad them into becoming more partisan or confrontational, the women would just say, well, here's our position, and that would be it. And they would just that was the beauty of this very simplified message, that we're just asking for repeal and that Americans get to decide on that issue. here's our arguments why we think it should be repealed, but it's really about giving us the right to make the decision. And so that was that really, once that became known, they sort of journalists and newspapermen, because that was really the prime way of getting your information out. And then sort of they catch the wave of an emerging growth in radio at this time. It's really sort of a new thing, but they, appear on programs, whether it's just your local, like we would call it today, the local morning show or something. But, they would take any opportunity, and it became sort of this fascination, which Pauline knew it would, that these women, it was almost treated jokingly at first. Oh, these women are actually going to somehow organize and form. And this idea that women, brought prohibition into being, why would they ever oppose it? And this is just some rich old ladies who, want to have their cocktails at 4 every day kind of thing. So that led to the next step that Pauline said, we have to get women of every background, rich, poor, blue collar, white collar, maids. We want the maid in the house with the rich woman, both WANPR members, because this issue affects them equally. That status didn't matter. And it didn't matter if you were, not that there were a lot of them, but, if you were a female doctor or lawyer, again, you were equally affected by this as the housewife was. And it was important that every region of the country be represented. So within about a year and a half, they have state chapters in every single state. And they have then kind of the spider web falling down from there of, local, county and local, and even neighborhood organizations that belong to WANPR. And the national organization is just preaching the same thing, just educate them on the same basic message, on the process for getting this changed, and the basic reasons why it needs to be changed. And that all we want is the opportunity to ask the question of Americans and let them decide. And in the back of her mind, Pauline suspected that Americans would say, yeah, we're done. We don't want it anymore. But they just kept preaching those same things over and over and over again. So the organization just keeps growing and growing and growing. And it becomes, at first, as I said, for sort of the media, it's sort of this jokey thing. But then when they start seeing that all of a sudden it's, 300,000 members in 6 months, and it's 500,000 3 months later, and it's 1 million within a year, it becomes less of a joke. And they're starting now to talk to state legislators. How do you feel about the issue of prohibition? Would you allow a vote? How do you feel about it? And slowly starting to change over some of those people, because then they institute now that we're all educated, the policy is you will only vote for somebody who opposes or who supports a vote on prohibition and its repeal. And if there's 2 candidates and they both support it, then you can, vote the party line if you want. But that party, to truly be nonpartisan, we are not going to involve ourselves in one side or the other. It's like, so in the end, jumping just a little bit ahead, in 1932, Pauline, lifelong Republican, still a Republican, appears at the 1932 Democratic nominating convention endorsing Franklin Roosevelt, someone with whom she would never have voted for, given her conservative upbringing and interests. But he was willing to support a vote of the people on this issue. And so that's all she cared about. Herbert Hoover, the Republican candidate, would not. And so she was sort of showing her brethren. It's like, I'm not just saying these things, I'm actually doing them. And there's I can't call it famous because it's a bit of an obscure event, but there was a photo taken of Pauline with Al Smith, who the one-time Democratic presidential candidate, and another gentleman who was the head of the Democratic National Committee, and it was in papers all over the country. And it just sort of threw back in their face all the critics who said, that she's just sort of doing this, sort of for her own self-aggrandizement, and this isn't really a real thing. but it also then showed all these women who had been following her, this is real, she's serious, this is a big deal. And so the membership even blossoms more after this. So that was jumping ahead a little. But so then again, she has this very specific plan how we do it. We educate ourselves, then we fan out, then we get attention, we fan out some more. And in the process, we also identify voters who are being underserved. Well, since women nationally had only had suffrage for 11, 12 years at this point, they're her most natural group. But she says, you know, we're not going to expand membership beyond women because that's just that holds our identity. We are going to start to form alliances with other groups who have the same interest as we do. And we're going to find out, you know, are they registered? Who are their representatives? How can they influence those own things? How can those groups, you know, appear at the same events we are or follow us on radio programs with the same messaging? So she's very shrewd about continuing to just kind of build, you know, now these satellite and allied organizations and affiliations. And in her case, you know, she starts with some of the most obvious. And again, she gets criticism, but they make the most sense. You know, they're in the middle of a depression, and there's still thousands and thousands of workers who had worked in distilleries and breweries and bars and restaurants and hotels that never got their jobs back. One, because prohibition came in, and then the depression followed not that long afterwards. And so they're natural allies, and some of them have different reasons for why they're allies, but they coalesce around this idea of allowing Americans to decide for themselves whether or not this should exist. So again, she's really smart about how she does it. Well, by this time, there's a commission that was formed to study whether or not prohibition had the desired effect. It was called the Wickersham Commission. And Pauline knew Mr. Wickersham from years in Republican politics. And so he was able to sort of, even in advance of the final report, provide her statistics on what were the effects of prohibition. And most of the statistics dealt with the massive, massive increase in crime. And not just crime, you know, like, okay, obviously we have all these people who are being picked up for small-time liquor violations, but the massive crime syndicates that have formed and the number of assaults and murders and burglaries and so on that are associated with this illegal liquor trade. And so that becomes another sort of part of the message is, you know, it's like, again, this didn't have the desired effect. It's not a question of whether, you know, alcohol consumption is a moral right or wrong. This isn't working. Things are getting worse. You know, crime is worse and worse, you know, and this sort of, again, protecting motherhood. If the idea was that prohibition would protect motherhood and the home, it's like it's become less safe. They start to present images of mothers escorting their children to school and, you know, bootleggers hiding behind mailboxes kind of thing, to just sort of drive home the idea that we're not any safer anymore. If that was the goal, we're not any safer. So that becomes just another part of the message. Is like, you know, we want to demonstrate that it doesn't matter what it was about. It's not working. So then sort of the next step is, now they've got the facts. Now everybody's educated. Now everybody within the organization can speak well. They're nationally recognized. They're constantly in the paper somewhere for some event that they're holding, whether it's Poughkeepsie, New York, or Eagles Pass, Texas. You know, there something is always in the paper about WAMPR and this organization and what they're doing. So they take a bold move in 1931, and they send a survey to all the U.S. senators and congressmen, and they ask them simply, will you allow a vote by the American people on this issue? Doesn't ask whether or not, you know, they favor prohibition or don't favor prohibition. It just says, would you allow the American people to decide? And as she had told everyone when she started the organization in 1928, that was going to be a difficult question for anybody to say no to. Now, obviously, it meant there was still the hurdles of getting to that point, but the survey results were pretty overwhelming. There were it was like 80% said that they would not stop a vote by the American people in state conventions if it got to that point. And the 20% who said they wouldn't, basically their reasoning was this has already been decided. The idea that it's an amendment to the Constitution. It's there forever. We don't monkey with that, despite the fact that there is a mechanism for doing so. So once she had the results of that survey, it allowed them to do two things. It allowed to go to the 80% and say, will you hold to this? Two, will you be an actual advocate for us on this issue? And three, would you sort of talk to your your fellow congressmen or senators? Would you talk to local legislatures at the state level? Because they would be needed once an amendment was passed to sort of set these conventions up. And so there's also sort of I wouldn't say a mad scramble, but as WAMPR starts to get more influence, and after this poll comes out, a lot of states didn't have a real clear formula for holding state conventions because they had never really thought this would happen. And so there's like a basic outline of things. So a lot of states start trying to figure out, well, how would we do that? How would we hold these conventions? And again, Pauline knew that this was going to happen. And so she has sort of the administrative staff of WAMPR start assessing every single state. What is their mechanism for establishing a state convention? Because it was almost different in every single state in terms of how would you have to, first and foremost, you have to set a date for when the convention would be held. How are delegates selected for the election? Is it by, anybody can get on with a certain number of names on a petition? Is there a caucusing, aspect to nominating delegates? How many do we have from our state? How are they decided? Is it by sort of state congressional districts, or is it by some other method that we decided? So Pauline and WAMPR are studying that at the same time a lot of it's being formed. So again, they already know before they've gotten to the process how this is going to work once they can get down the road. So they've advertised the results. They're targeting those who support them, and then they're also targeting those who oppose just simply the idea of allowing a vote. So in the 32 elections, congressional elections, WAMPR is out in force just saying these people won't even allow you a vote. It's not even, again, about right or wrong. They won't allow you a vote. And they have a huge success in flipping out in those state legislators a lot of those people, because again, they need a certain assistance once they get to the state convention level in organizing these things from the state legislature. So sort of one of the final components in all this is they've sort of identified some of these groups that they can form with and have alliances with, but there's one big one that they won't. And this is kind of key as well, is Pauline knowing which groups serve them best in advancing their simple messaging and which don't. So her husband happened to be a member of a group called the Association against the Prohibition Amendment, the AAPA. And they had been around since 1920. But their problem was they were dominated by, for lack of a better word, a cabal of rich industrialists and wealthy men. And their main complaint against the Prohibition Amendment was taxes. Their taxes all went up because the federal government lost the tax revenue that they used to get or collect from the manufacture and sale of liquor. And so they'd come to be viewed as just these, sort of, mean old men who just wanted more money. And so even though Pauline's husband served on the board of the AAPA, she didn't want any association, at least publicly, with them. They did take some money, some donations from them, sort of anonymously from the AAPA, but she didn't want to associate with them because they had left such a bad taste in most of the American public's mind that, you know, that they were only serving themselves under one purpose. So, you know, she's willing to work with a lot of different groups so long as it's that same simple messaging that prohibition doesn't work for us. It had, you know, an undesired effect, and we insist that, you know, we have the right to at least a public mandate on this. But it's interesting that, yeah, she's in the same house with somebody who she can't necessarily align with. So all of this education and expansion of membership and public exposure and advertising, certainly they have, you know, sort of what we would call today a marketing campaign, buttons and banners and posters and all this kind of thing, you know, that they're distributing and people are wearing and displaying around the country in their local chapters, culminates in what they term National Reform Week. And it's in 1932. It's before the 32 congressional election. And it's all about just, again, educating everybody who's not in the organization about who WOMPR is and what they're asking for and why they're asking for it. And in that effort, then they allow all these sort of aligned groups, you know, I can't remember their name, but basically the Union of Hoteliers and Restaurateurs, who, you know, obviously would like to be able to sell liquor in their establishments again. You know, they're doing their events during this week, and they're going up to every state capital legislature that's in session and, you know, meeting with representatives. They're going to Capitol Hill in DC and doing the same thing. There are radio addresses across the country from different leaders and women in the movement. And so it's just sort of, now it's like, you know, they've sort of gotten all their ducks in a row within their organization. Now they're just blowing it out to the world. And as I said, it has this huge effect on the 32 elections, both at the state level and the national level. And so, and at the same time, Mr. Roosevelt becomes president, and he hasn't really said much about his feelings. He's known to be a drinker himself, but Roosevelt always tried to follow the political winds. And so he's elected. He sees the change within the two houses of Congress and within the states in this massive movement that Pauline has put together, and seems to, you know, suggest that, okay, I would, you know, I'll allow a vote. You know, he still doesn't want to fully commit. He wants it to be the people's choice, which is very shrewd on his part to not get bogged down too much in it, because he really has no effect on whether the law would be repealed or not. He has no say in it whatsoever, and neither does anyone in his administration or the executive branch of government. So he kind of hangs aloof, but then he, you know, he does a couple of things that suggest there's change. And then through all of these political associations that Pauline had established, steps forward John Blaine of Wisconsin, a senator who was a lame duck. He was not reelected, but at that time, you know, you have that lame duck period until there's the change. So he proposes what at the moment was just simply known as the Blaine Amendment to allow for a vote, a national vote through state conventions on whether or not this law should be repealed. And he has the support of WOMPR because they feel that there are enough people now in both houses that the amendment will get passed, you know, and then sent out to the states for full ratification if that's possible. So the bill goes through a few changes and this and that, and people keep proposing compromises, and WOMPR keeps pressuring Blaine and others and saying, no compromise, a simple vote on whether this should be repealed, no other parameters. Because once it's gone, then states can decide and localities can decide what they want. but it's like, we're not compromising on, oh, well, we'll do a little bit of it, or we'll just do it in this way, or, we'll sell 3-2 beer or whatever. It's like, no, it's just repeal, period. And then states can figure out what they want to do. So it bounces around a little, but then it passes. So then there's this, furious activity from all of the states on what do we do? And one of the things that Pauline had prepared her membership for was the fact that a lot of the states did not have their legislatures meet continuously. And that's still true in a lot of states today. I live in Colorado. Our state legislator, unless a special session is called, only meets for 120 days each year. And when I lived in Montana, this is 20 some years ago, I don't know if this is still the case there, but their state legislature only met every 2 years. And with, again, very specific dates on which they met. And then unless the governor could somehow extract a special session under special circumstances, they're gone. And you don't see them again for a year, or in the case of Montana back in the day, for 2 years. But Pauline had developed a schedule. She knew when every single state legislature met, what their recesses and breaks were. She knew who controlled the rules committees and the Ways and Means committees in those respective state legislatures, so that once this amendment, the Blaine Amendment, became the Blaine Act, was passed and the amendment was sent out, they were given 7 years, but Wamper and Pauline felt, we want to strike while the iron is hot. We've had lots of great publicity. We've got a national campaign. People recognize what we're trying to do. We want these conventions to happen immediately. So she had already, while Blaine was bouncing his bill around from the House to the Senate and, getting sort of amendments taken in and out of it before it's passed, Pauline is already sort of through her network to the state organization said, you need to already be in touch with your state legislatures and find out exactly when they're meeting and how soon we can get this, put before them. Because now that, so that once the Blaine Amendment is passed, and it's basically like, okay, it's up to the states now, the Congress is out of the picture now. Each state has to set their own state convention. And as I said, they have different means of how they do that and how delegates are selected. But immediately Pauline's on it. It's like, okay, so they, whatever, just randomly. Utah starts their session doesn't start until August 8th or something. So let's make sure we get on their calendar on day one when they're out there. But I know, Rhode Island, for example, starts, February 1st. So it's like, we got to get out there right away kind of thing. But she's already got that all mapped out. She's already, over these years, her organization has mapped out who do we talk to get this done. And each state legislature is required to address this issue. They're not required to do it immediately. As I said, they have 7 years. They could have just said, we're not doing this. But the network that Wamper had built had already advanced it. And once it was put to a vote, just like the surveys and everything else, legislators were very resistant, no matter what they thought about the issue, to say, no, I'm not going to allow my constituents to vote on this, because that might mean they were going to get turned out of office the next time around, because someone's going to say, you're not even going to let me have a say in it. You're just going to decide for me. You don't represent everything I care for, kind of thing. And so Pauline had known this all along, that she was going to catch all these legislators in a conundrum. It's like, they may oppose changing the law and repealing prohibition, but there was no way they were going to tell their constituents they aren't allowed a say in it. They were just going to keep their fingers crossed that the state conventions, would elect delegates who would then vote against this new amendment. Excuse me. So basically, Pauline and her organization have set up a timetable of like, here's when each state is meeting. Here are the people we've established contacts with. Let's get this going. And when we have them submit the bill to set a state convention, let's have them put a date on it. Let's not have them just say, oh, we'll do it sometime in the next year or something. But let's have them set something, 3 months ahead of, this vote that they're having for it, or, whatever it is. And again, they had already done the work of making sure that WAMPR understood and that the state legislators understood what the process was for assigning delegates. And at the same time, WAMPR had over the years just been collecting who would be good delegates. Some states didn't allow legislators to be a delegate to a state convention. Some did. It just varied greatly. But they had been identifying, WAMPR and Pauline, who would be good delegates, who would be in our favor, who are allies. So that as soon as the Blaine Act is sent out to the states, they've already got a slate of candidates. Wherever the state is, it's like, okay, here's the 20 people we want, we're going to put on the ballot as a delegate to these state conventions. And so amazingly, the Blaine Act is passed. I think it's signed in February of 1933, February, March. I don't know why I didn't write that down. But anyways, these state conventions just start going like that because of all the groundwork that WAMPR and Sabin had done. I mean, they start happening within months. I mean, it's like every other week, there's another state convention. So just as with passing the amendment, you have to have a new amendment. You can't just reject the old one. So it's like, even though you're asking for repeal of the amendment, you still have to get 3/4 of all the states to agree to repeal. It's not as if you can just say, oh, we only need to get, 1/4 and 1 extra, because that would refute the earlier. You still have to get 3/4. So the other thing that Pauline and her group had done is, as just about any political organization would do, is here are the states that we feel are solid for us. Here are the states that we know are definitely against us. And here are the states in the middle. And obviously where they're focusing their efforts are on the states in the middle, the ones that they're not sure about. And they still, in every sort of analysis, they're kind of, at that point they needed 36 states. There were 48 total states at that time. And they keep coming up around 34, and they're like, oh my gosh, how are we going to do this? But they're not going to back off. They're like, we want these things to happen. Because even though you have a vote, if it fails, you can come back to it as many times as you want in that 7-year period that you have to get this passed. But you also have to allow it, your enabling sort of vote from the state legislature has to say how long that vote counts. And this is something that happened years later when they were trying to pass the Equal Rights Amendment in the 70s and the 80s, was some states would say, okay, yeah, you approved that amendment, but that vote only counts for a year, 2 years, maybe not the full 7 years, because situations change. And so that was the other reason why Pauline wanted to do this all at once. So it's like, now we'll know whether we got it or not. And then if we don't, then we still have 6 more years to try and regroup and do this again and make sure we get it right. So anyways, there's just a flurry of these state conventions. And as I said, some of it took some real maneuvering because several state legislatures weren't even in session. But they either waited upon those and had them prioritized and organized, or they were able to call special sessions. And so they happened so fast that by August already, Pauline is pretty certain that they're going to get what they want. And then the final surprise is that she gets it 2 months sooner than she had expected, because Utah, a state that they had never counted in the For Us column, voted to repeal national prohibition. And so literally the day after that vote, it's done. Everything is dismantled in terms of the legislation that and enforcement, which left some big issues for the Bureau of Prohibition and at the federal level and things like that. But yeah, it essentially, once the amendments passed, there isn't necessarily like, okay, now we need to do this, because all they asked was that it not exist anymore, that it not be a crime, that there were no penalties assessed to it. So it didn't require any mechanism to put it in place. And that was, again, part of where she started from, is we're just asking to reclaim freedoms and rights that we always had before. And so there isn't, once you take away what was prohibiting those, you don't need to reestablish anything new. So yeah, so they just had a big party. And we don't know, it's funny, I found a copy of the menu for the party. It's very elaborate, very delightful. But it doesn't state whether or not the alcohol was served at the party, which I always thought was kind of funny. But to kind of summarize sort of the plan and approach that she took on its most basic level, and it really was, she obviously had very able people assisting her, and very devoted and passionate people at the state and local and neighborhood levels, and was an excellent communicator in establishing these alliances. But it really was all Pauline. I mean, she's the one, no one else has even got a thought in 1928 when she establishes WAMPR, how this is going to happen, or that it would even be possible. As I said, no amendment had ever been overturned. And given the number of dry counties and dry states across America, it did seem like an impossible task. But again, she had educated herself on political process, and that's how she was going to approach it. Was we're gonna educate ourselves and learn how this is possible, and then we're going to throw that message out there, and we're going to keep it very simple. So one of the cornerstones of success obviously was the state convention route. It had never been tried. It had never been believed that it could even be pulled off, and it certainly didn't, no one believed it could be pulled off in 7 months, that you could actually have 36 state conventions in a 7-month period after the Blaine Act was sent out to the states for approval or denial. So that was a huge element in the success. The other was just the very, very focused message on, it's not about what the law is about. It's about whether or not we had our rights or our freedoms compromised by the existence of this law. Because people could understand that from any political spectrum, from any economic background, from any social strata. If you tell people you had their freedoms taken away from them, and you have a very simple way of explaining it, they'll see it. And she knew that. Again, that was part of her genius, was just breaking it down to the most simplified element and just hammering at it, never really adjusting it. It's like, there might be small tweaks because it affects this group this way, slightly different. But if your freedom is taken away from you, or rights are restricted or curbed, it's the same for everybody. It doesn't vary because of who you are or what group you belong to. And then another big element was that whole idea that, she knew that politicians, more than anything, want to keep their jobs, and issues become very secondary to that matter. And so that's why she kept pressing the message of, we're just going to ask people, politicians, leaders, industrialists, will you allow the American people the right to make their own decision on this? And as I said several times, that's such a huge message, because people are just not, as soon as you say no, I don't give a damn what you say, even though you're my constituent, you've pretty much guaranteed you just lost the next election, especially in this time period when media, I don't want to say it was controlled, but as an example, New York City, I think, had 7 or 8 newspapers at that time, and they all had a slightly different political bent, and perhaps even tailored themselves a little bit, maybe one more to labor versus management and those kinds of things. And so the news that you read it's kind of like when someone decides today, and I know I've stressed that, being nonpartisan is a big deal, but it's kind of like if I only watch Fox, or I only watch MSN, or I only watch, Newsmax or News Nation or something. It's the same thing that they experience, even though they're only getting it in newspapers. You only buy one newspaper, so you pick the newspaper that most fits your political stripe, and your sort of economic social strata, it answers that for you. And she knew again that, like, remove that element. Just ask, are people allowed to make decisions for themselves? Yeah, we elect representatives, but this is a bigger issue. Are you going to let us make a decision on it? And down the line, politicians just were too precious of their jobs to ever say no, at least in great numbers. And that goes back to just, presenting it as a nonpartisan thing and remaining non-confrontational. I'm not going to ask you to defend a position. I'm not going to ask you to say yes or no to prohibition. I'm just going to ask you, don't you think it's appropriate the American people get to decide something for themselves once in a while? So that was kind of it in summary. My favorite thing that Sabin ever found that I've said that I could find, because there's a lot of public statements, but she did not retain a lot of private papers, so we don't know much beyond that. But there's a pretty good wealth of stuff with the papers of Wamper, and obviously all the public pronouncements and radio addresses. And she's even was in a couple of newsreels from that era. So we know what she said. But the favorite thing I ever found was in describing what they were trying to do and why it was necessary was, it's time to end the hypocrisy that is becoming our national characteristic. And again, that does not address the actual issue at hand. It just addresses that, the issue of, we won't let people decide for themselves, or we're going to claim that this is good for you, but then we're going to take away your rights. It's just a very broad statement. That's how she always operated, is I'm just going to work broadly and in broad statements and broad context. And that's why they had such success. So, how this translates for Wolf-PAC in your efforts, I think it's brilliant to look at the option of state conventions. Obviously, you need to identify if you were going to follow the Sabin model, a very specific sort of goal and message that's very simple, that appeals not so much to how do I phrase it? You need to appeal, if you're following her model, to what is being taken away from you, or what did you lose by virtue of things like Citizens United, without getting too much into how are things right or wrong. But this is the impact it's had, is that, do you believe that that's fair? Is that equitable? Because that's essentially the question she kept asking over and over again was, she identified the freedom or the rights that had been taken from them and what she wanted restored. And then they just kept hammering and hammering and hammering. And then within that, then actually providing the statistics on how things had changed since the initiation of prohibition. Did it, have its desired effect or not? And she was able to show not. Again, without getting into moral arguments, because that's what people always viewed the law as relating to. And then sort of, if I had to apply it to what you all are doing, which I very much support, it's just some of it's very simple. Like you're battling the idea that money is free speech. To me, that's a slogan right there. It's like, is money free speech? And when I was going through my notes, and I must have written this somewhere when I was doing research on the book several years ago, I wrote a quote from Lincoln, which I didn't use in the book, but it made me think, could someone like Abraham Lincoln even get elected today? He was broke all the time. He had lost the only election he'd ever been in. He wasn't particularly successful even as a lawyer. So if you were looking at groups who finance candidates and issues, if you looked at and he's not appealing to the eye, he doesn't have a cachet as a heartthrob or anything. He's not a John F. Kennedy or something. You would look at him and say, he's not very marketable. He's not, I don't see, no matter how much money we throw at it, I don't see that. And he would be someone who would have to, in our day and age, get lots and lots of money to convince you that he was better than what appeared on the page or in a picture. And what a loss that would have been to have not had someone like that. So I don't know. It was just something I thought of. It was interesting to me. And then just the last two things, and then I'll let you throw a bunch of questions at me. I don't know exactly when this happened, but at some point, the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Repeal was reestablished, because when they had the big party when repeal occurred, Pauline basically said, well, our work's done, ladies, you can go back to your lives, thank you, kind of thing. And it was sort of dissolved. But somewhere along the way it reformed, and now it does a lot of work on just, they have the same name, and their issues that they address are involved with other forms of prohibition, whether it's restrictions on LGBTQ plus communities or free speech issues. I don't know if they've involved themselves in campaign finance reform or ideas about that, but they have a much broader canvas that they work for. And so, as you get down the road and you're looking for your allies, I think that would be fabulous if you were able to make that or reestablish those kinds of connections with that group. And then the book that I wrote, that I pulled all this information from, obviously, I don't go a lot into necessarily the constitutional details and mechanisms of this. It was really more about Pauline's philosophy and plan and strategy. But there are a couple other books out there that, if you're interested, I could put you to, that do include a little bit more of sort of the, not quite day-to-day mechanism of how she and the organization work, but probably a bit more than what my book provided, because mine had a broader canvas than just Pauline. But yeah, if you're interested, I can pass that information along. But I think that's my spiel. I hope it was helpful and useful, and I'm ready for any questions you might have.
I was going to type this, John, but I figured I'm going to come on anyway. So I'm just going to speak for everybody and say, I think we would be very interested in that information.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Awesome. That was fantastic, man. I really appreciate it. Especially just us to, like, during the committee process that we put here at Wolf-PAC to kind of re-examine everything and make sure we're on the right track. That's when we learned about Pauline Saban's story and introduced it into our own theory of change. And yeah, like I said earlier, not to be cliche or anything, but if you're in the business of trying to change things and win, it would be, organizing malpractice to not look back at history and how it was actually accomplished before in the past.
When you just reminded me of another, potential ally or another source to examine. Pauline, there is I don't know if they still do it, the Pauline Saban Award, given out by, I want to say by NARAL, NARAL, the used to be the marijuana lobby. I don't know if it's much different now, but yeah, they used to give an award, and it was based upon, her basic premise that, any sort of denial or restrictions upon civil rights or our constitutionally guaranteed freedoms is a problem. And again, they use her as an example in the same way that I have. It's not about the actual act or law. It's just like, if you take something away from somebody that I was told I have, that's wrong. So again, another potential source for you guys to dig into if you have time and interest.
Absolutely. All right, we got quite a bit here. I think what we're going to do is break them up. I'll probably take a few, and then we have Sam and Sammy, who have been running the stream here, who will also jump in with some questions as well.
Okay.
Open them up. Some of these you may have already answered, John, so if you wanted to just add anything, or if not, we can definitely just skip over them.
Yeah.
So the first one here is Gen Z being the largest voting bloc and so important this election season. We have a changing America who is more engaged politically, that we can use that to influence legislation and speak to the speakers about the amendment. The question is, do they have that right? Like, are they looking at Gen Z as like a demographic in which Pauline Sabin in today's time would look at as like that emerging, very engaged group of individuals.
Very much so. I mean, she had a similar situation, in that women had still, even though they had been granted the vote on the national level in 1920, they still had not significantly registered and voted in the huge numbers that everybody thought they would. That like, oh my God, we gave them the vote. They're probably just going to rush to the polls and, do all this. But they really hadn't. And those that had voted were still following sort of the patterns of their husband, because they'd been living in houses hearing one view or thought. And it wasn't that they were slavish to their husband's doctrine. It was just like, that's the only thing they heard. But that's one of the other things that Pauline discovered was, and this is sort of relates to Gen Z and the, myriad of ways that social media can interact, is radio had become such a big thing. When she was trying to build diversity in the organization, she's like, wives are at home, they're doing all this work at home, but they have the radio on in the background. We need to be on the radio. We need to be in those spaces and sort of interrupt whatever dialogue she might have with her husband by giving her some fresh information. And so she would just find ways to expand it. I think Gen Z is very similar. We keep thinking to ourselves that, they have all these interests that are very specific, and that, as any group of people who have been characterized as a group do, but they're still not registering and having the impact I think that a lot of us think they would by now. It's like, you're a massive block of people. So that is a huge opportunity to like tap in, and even at, obviously you're not going to show up at you may show up at a voter registration drive and just hand out a pamphlet or something. That's what Pauline did. It's like, we're registering voters, and at the same time, you might be interested in this, in this so-called issue that affects you. So I do see huge parallels.
For sure. And the Gen Z, I mean, we're all up against quite a bit, but they do see their future for sure at risk. Like, I think they have internalized the fear more than some other generations.
Well, and I think, whatever your thoughts are on how COVID was handled, and mask mandates and school closures and whatever, however you feel about it, that generation saw that in a very different way. That was a restriction on freedom. Now, you can always argue, yes, it was very much necessary, but coming out of that, some of that freedom wasn't given back. You know what I mean? In their minds, it's like they still feel held back. So to me, that's another entry point to, like, you remember what it's like, now you know what it is, and it feels different for them.
For sure. Awesome. Great question. Appreciate that. You did touch on this a little bit. Did Pauline and the movement have specific amendment language?
Yeah. It was basically just repeal of the 18th Amendment.
And did that come very early, or?
Yes. I mean, it's really, that's why they have such a ridiculous title. The organization is National Prohibition Repeal. She's like, that's all it is. That's all we're asking for. That, and the people get to decide it. So and she, there were obviously the sub messages on why they thought it should be repealed, but the language that they wanted to see was never, when Blaine was kind of moving his amendment through the Senate, and it was getting bounced back and forth, and they were tweaking language, she would pop in and she would say, no, unless it says full repeal of national prohibition and the 18th Amendment, that's all I care about. I don't want any addendums or anything else on this, just that.
Something about keeping it simple, right?
Yeah. Well, people can understand it.
For sure. I think that's probably even more important in today's world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got Chris from Alabama. What is a good resource to find organizations in our states that would be beneficial to form a coalition with?
Oh, I probably don't know quite as much about those aspects. I don't know if that might be a better question, for you to answer, or someone else in your organization.
Yeah, I don't know, Chris, if there's like a specific area to go look for stuff, but not to sound too millennial here, but good old Google, honestly. Facebook is pretty good for finding groups in your area, especially some of the smaller grassroots organizations. And then you can also, I tend to find quite a bit of events, also legislator events, which is important, on Facebook specifically. And then once you start following that stuff, it tends to get easier and easier as those things, that's how the machine wants it, right? All of a sudden, then you start getting more of that in your feeds, and it gets easier to attend events and find groups. But yeah, just literally Googling campaign finance reform groups in your state, good advocacy groups in your state, or organizing is definitely a keyword. That's one of the things we did for this year's workshop, was really try to bring more local community organizers to the workshop. So we looked at groups that we weren't familiar with that are actually currently already organizing, so that we can learn from them for sure. Hope that helped.
Can I just throw
Hopefully
in also...
one day it's our website, when it's every group in America supporting the effort, and then it'll be really easy to find.
Josh, can I throw in also the political parties and committees are also super helpful. I'm a member of my... I have bigger problems with the opposing party than my own, but I also have big problems with my party, but that hasn't stopped me from being a member of my local political committee and a delegate to the state committee next week. I'm heading up there, and made lots of friendships with people who are involved in all kinds of other political efforts through that.
Sam, you want to keep going? You have some questions on here.
Yeah, I'm here, and Sammy's here with me as well. The YouTube audience can see us. On Zoom, we're only voices. And Sammy, want to say hi?
Hello.
So, okay. Yeah, for my first question, I think was just probably a mistake on my part. I thought that the name of the organization originally was Reform and not Repeal. Was I just mistaken there, or?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. I always enjoy being corrected. That's how you learn. Thank you. Thank you. So there was also a woman that I had read about, and I cannot for the life of me remember her name, but I was researching. There was an effort at the same time, and I was trying to find out if Pauline Sabin had any interaction with them or anything to do with it. But there was an effort to use the Article 5 convention process to get the amendment proposed, in addition to the Article 5 state convention process to get it ratified. That's what we're talking about at Wolf-PAC, is the Article 5 proposing convention. And one of the big names behind there was Louis Cavalier. He's a state assemblyman from New York. First of all, do you know anything about that effort?
No, I don't. That name does not ring a bell. And I think, everything I saw, they were focused solely on the state conventions. And I think that had a lot to do with just Pauline's comfort in the political realm. She was a political animal and had been for so long. I think that's just what she knew. Plus, that was less adding yet another convention. I think that was more confusing and complicating. And her message was always, let's keep this simple for people to understand in this process, especially for women who maybe until a week ago hadn't ever been engaged in any political movement of any kind.
Yeah, there was one woman who was involved in that effort that I can't remember her name, but you might recognize the description. And if so, you probably know the story better than I do. Because she also testified before Congress and was she considered herself an ally of the movement. She was also an ally of Cavalier's. And she was kind of distanced from the movement because she had some kooky ideas that she testified about before Congress. I think a little more, I can't remember what it was exactly, but I think it was a little more sexual liberation than they were ready for in the early 1930s. Do you remember who I'm talking about, or I can't remember?
Alice Paul, maybe.
Was it Alice Paul from the? She was all. No, I would have recognized Alice Paul because I know who she was.
Yeah. Boy, yeah, I'm drawing
It's
a blank.
possible it was Alice Paul, but that seems unlikely because, yeah, Alice Paul, I talked about it in my talk earlier today. She was involved in several other
Okay.
women efforts.
Yeah, it's not ringing a bell. I mean, the only other woman I can ever think of who
I know
had,
she was from New York.
huh? Yeah, boy,
I'll
I'm
find
trying to
it,
think
and
of some of her.
when I find it, I'll email you.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Thanks. So, yeah, you had mentioned Pauline Sabin had a constitutional expert. Who was that? I would really like to read their work.
I'll have to try and dig it out. Yeah,
Okay.
in the book, it was not a passing reference, but I didn't name him, so I'll have to
Okay.
look. But I can take a look.
Because I know I've read every expert who's written on the Article 5 proposing convention from that time period.
Yeah.
There's a few of them. Orfield comes to mind, a few others from that time period. I've read a lot of the ones who wrote about the Article 5 ratification conventions, but I could not say with confidence that I'm familiar with anywhere close to all of them who talked about the Article 5 ratification conventions from that time. And I'd love to read more on that.
Okay. And it may be there's a couple books I'll send you the names of, and it may be in there too.
Okay. I know Brown wrote a compilation of all of the state convention laws and convention records, which was a really, really helpful primary source on that, which I really enjoyed that book. And one thing I got from that book, which I also mentioned in my talk earlier as part of an answer to a question, Arizona had an unusual provision in their Article 5 ratification law where they would, if a delegate ran away from their instructions, that delegate's vote would be invalidated and they would be replaced with an alternate who would vote as instructed. Do you have any idea where they got that idea from? I know some historical precedent where they might have gotten that idea from, but I have no idea if they actually got it from my historical precedent or if somebody else just came up with that idea.
I can't really answer that. I did not
Okay.
delve that deeply into the actual state conventions and each state's sort of provisions for, accommodating.
Okay. That idea has been copied more recently as part of laws governing the Electoral College, and now more recently delegates to an Article 5 proposing convention. And they all use that exact same language that came from the Article 5 ratification convention in Arizona. Let's see, was that? Oh yeah, I had a couple others. So how did Pauline Sabin hold her coalition together when they, in kind of the early years as they were building out the coalition? What did they do to prevent losses at the same time as they were building it out? Were they able to bank some wins? And if so, how did they do that at that time when they were still small?
A lot of it had to do with the educational approach. It's again this sort of happy coincidence of, I don't know how you want to term it, but that since she's engaging women again who haven't been engaged in politics, their desire to learn about the system and how to be involved and how to do it distinct from what their husbands might be saying or doing, seemed to really drive it. And at the same time, they held again, in this sort of pyramid, they held meetings all the time. And then they had regional directors, and Pauline would go see and fire them up. And she'd be on a couple times she was on the movie newsreels, at the local theater, and they would advertise it, and they would go see her. And it was almost like, she was inspiring them. And so it really was just sort of her will, the will of her administrators throughout this kind of hierarchy of organizations down to the neighborhood level, and really the will of these women to learn about the political process and be engaged, because they didn't feel that men were ever going to ask them to engage at that level or explain how the system worked or how they could have an impact. And so it was really their overriding desire once they became involved, to just stick with it and own a piece of something and be a part of something.
That's awesome. I think that's kind of what we're trying to replicate here. That's very inspiring. I got two more, and then I'll turn you over to Sammy for her questions. So you mentioned them working with other coalitions like labor and things like that. A lot of those groups had their own interests that were their primary interests, and while they agreed with prohibition reform, it wasn't their main issue. How did they hold the attention and get what they needed to get from those allies when the allies were sometimes like this was maybe a secondary or tertiary issue for them?
Right. Well, the key component, in any alliance was stressing again that the restrictions enforced upon them by the prohibition law and laws at the state level really imposed upon their freedoms, and that if they could take one freedom, they could take another. And certainly labor interests were constantly battling at this time for their civil rights, and trying to establish that they do have a right to bargain and to speak for themselves. And so on that level, she just played to that. And then the other thing would be, unless you have an overriding, when you go to the polls and vote, unless, this particular candidate is so objectionable to you because he's, a virulent opponent of unionism or worker rights or those kinds of things, please consider voting based upon whether or not, this guy would allow popular choice. And that was the other thing with these other groups is if they won't allow us to have a state convention and popular mandate, if you will, or vote on this issue, you're not going to get one on anything either. And so it serves us all to, pursue this process. But she always understood that in asking those questions, it's like, she was always respectful of, I get that you may have different interests or goals than we do. I'm asking you to consider where they meet and how what we're doing may influence you down the road based upon our success or failure. And if you have the opportunity, please support the candidates that are supporting this, because that means they're more open, perhaps, to allowing you the same, considerations when you're asking for less restriction upon yourselves.
I just want to add, I feel like that's such an important attribute of an organizer, being able to really get to the other person's issue and see the commonality between the two and building solidarity in a conversation. That is some of the stuff, just learning briefly even from today and past about Pauline, that was like, all right, if she was around today, we'd be kicking it. We'd be hanging out. I'd be picking her brain.
Right.
Well, I mean, we have been picking the brain of Jane McAlevey, who is, in many ways, a modern Pauline Stevens. But we've attended her seminars several times, and came up with our own version as well. By the way, wolf-pac.com/SBO to get our organizer training. It's coming up on Tuesday for the next several Tuesdays at 8. Anyway, I have one more question, and this one kind of leads well into my last one, which was for legislators at either the state or the federal level, where maybe they were facing obstinate leadership, people whose votes they needed and weren't providing it. How did they exercise the people power that they had spent that time building how do they leverage that to actually force the hands of the legislators if they were unwilling for whatever reason, either personal opposition or because they had, were being lobbied by people on the other side or whatever reason?
A lot of it had to do with that idea of not phrasing the argument in terms of the actual issue of prohibition or its morality or its intent, but on the issue of, we're just asking you to allow the people to have a vote on it. And again, holding their feet to the fire on that issue of well, if you're not even going to allow us to vote on it, are you going to listen to us on anything else? And then whenever they would have those kinds of any kind of survey, they would publish it widely, especially in local newspapers, and say, here's what your local, here's what your district representative thinks. They don't want you to have a say in this. They don't want you to have a vote. And it'd just be very simple. It'd just be a tabulation. Here's who says they're willing to allow you to decide, and here's who says they don't want you to decide. And that had a lot of impact in flipping voting, to other people. Is like, that's a simple concept. Again, it doesn't, if they won't let me vote on this, what else are they not going to allow me a voice on? And they had a lot of success in flipping legislators who had said no, or for those who had said yes, in constantly reminding them in the lead up to elections that, remember what you said, that, you would allow this, especially when we get to a state convention, that you're going to be responsive and get that thing set quickly and observe, the rules of selecting delegates and so on and so forth. And so they just kept hammering it. And because they had such a far ranging and reaching organization, I mean, they had people in every single state capital who would just, at that level, would just go in and say, hey, you didn't support us, or you did support us, and we want to make sure you continue. So they just would put pressure on you. And as I said, they would advertise it widely and just say, these are guys that are not going to let you have a voice in this. And that seemed to carry a lot of resonance, especially with women who were first-time voters. It's like, you finally gave us a vote, but now you're going to tell me my vote doesn't matter because you won't let me have a say. I mean, that carried a lot of weight with those women.
This gets me excited because when you talk about going to the capitals and putting pressure on, before we went down the rabbit hole of organizing that led us to stories and folks like Pauline Sabin, that's pretty much what we did, was the advocacy side of things, going to the Capitol, training our volunteers to literally be citizen lobbyists, to the point, John, where in committee speeches, I would tell volunteers to make sure they mention they're a volunteer, because many of the legislators just thought they were lobbyists.
Right.
They just didn't even know.
Represent.
Yeah,
Our
they just
problem was we did that without building the coalition first.
Yeah, we just didn't build the coalition first. That's why I'm getting excited about this, because we were good at the other stuff. Now, if we have the juice behind it with the people and the way that Pauline Sabin thought about the movement, growing it, it's exciting.
We were successful without a coalition until we had opposition.
Of a coalition.
Once we had opposition, then our lack of the grassroots first effort, even though we were all volunteers, we didn't have enough of them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to let Sammy ask some questions.
Awesome.
Okay.
I'll go on mute for Sammy.
Hello. So since some of my questions are simple. Oh, did you have one last question?
No, I asked them.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask, I guess when you were speaking earlier, you were saying how they needed to, as soon as the bill got put out in March of 1933, and how they needed to basically act fast and communicate to everyone throughout the country to get the word out. So they had 7 years to do all that. You said that they kind of had to be secretive about it, or they wanted to do it so that opposition, they wanted to be quick about it so opposition couldn't interfere. Do you know
how'd they do that?
Yeah, and how secretive did they have to be, or did they have to be secretive?
No, they weren't secretive at all, because they wanted their allies to be with them at the same time, pressing and saying, it's not just Wamper who's telling you that it's time to do this now and we want it to happen. It's don't forget, we're allied with these 8 other, whatever it was, organizations. We're talking about masses of voters. And again, these people want to hold on to their jobs. And so they're motivated by those kinds of numbers that are presented to them. And Wamper had been laying the groundwork for years on sort of alerting, identifying those legislators who at the state level who would be most helpful to them, and just getting that to a vote, within the legislator to establish this convention. And in some state legislatures, they were like, yeah, let's have them do it right away. They're never going to get organized enough to get this done. And then we won't have to worry about it because they'll, get crushed. And so some state legislatures were happy to accommodate because they thought that they didn't appreciate the depth and breadth of the organization and its alliances and how much work they had done in talking to prospective delegates that would then go to these conventions and how ready they were for it. And so some states were kind of like, sure, go ahead, let's have a state convention. You're going to get, creamed kind of thing. And in other cases, they just made it very clear that wouldn't you rather get this out of your way now and you'll have elections again in a year. Do you want to do this in 1934? You want to have to come back and say, I didn't allow them to have a state convention, or I postponed it, or, again, that idea that you're not allowing us our voice on any level, whether it was delaying setting up a convention or simply opposing the amendment itself, just hammering away at those things, knowing that these people don't want to be voted out of office, and stressing to them, again, the breadth of the organization. And some, like I said, some state legislators and legislatures is not really understanding how big this movement was.
Were they focused that on something else at the time?
I'm sorry, what?
Or I guess, were they, was there anything else happening at the time that they were distracted by that made them kind of aloof to how big it was?
Oh yeah. I mean, they were, in 1932,
Yeah, right.
in 1932, 25% of the population is still out of work. And so this seems like a trifle to a lot of legislators. It's like, I can't believe we're dealing with this when, we've got all these people out of work and we're trying to institute social programs and trying to, do all this kind of helping of people. And at the same time, there was a massive wave in 1932 elections at the local, state, and federal level. I mean, Democrats, which were not the party of prohibition, are rolling into offices. And so at every level, because people are just sick of what's gone on under the Hoover administration and Republican state legislatures, just sort of ignoring this problem that's right in front of them. And so that was also a pretty big factor in getting these things to move quickly. And at the same time, it's like, yeah, let's give them the state convention, because once we set a date, we don't have to be involved as the state legislature. We can go back to dealing with these really big issues, what they viewed as much bigger and more important issues.
And then my other questions are kind of basic, like I can look them up. But one burning question is, was there a state that they had the most issue getting the bill passed in? And like how many times did the bill have to get edited, sort of thing?
So once it was sent out to the states, there's no editing. It's a take it or leave it proposition. When it was bouncing around the U.S. Congress and Senate, there were like 2 or 3 things, and they kept trying to water it down by making it replacing the word repeal with reform, and that wasn't going to stand because reform came with no description of what that would entail. It's like that would still require more legislation and so on and so forth. And there were other little things like, are we going to give them 7 years, or we're going to adjust the period, and little things like that. But once it was sent to the states for their ratification, there were no changes to the amendment. It's like you either take it or you don't. There's a period allowed for debate, and then you vote on it. I mean, the conventions did not last long. I mean, it was basically like, sort of the national party conventions of today, just a couple days. Like we come in, we have a day.
Delaware was 45 minutes.
What's that?
Delaware was 45 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like some of them went really fast. And so, there was...
Make an amendment, a 1-2 word question, like...
And everyone's pledged on how they vote in advance. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know pretty well based on the delegate election, how it's going to go.
Utah took a little longer because they called in National Public Radio. I actually have a picture you've probably seen of the convention floor in Utah when they passed it. It was published in a newspaper at the time that I found in an archive online.
Nice.
And yeah, they called in National Public Radio, which in 1933 was not a super easy process to broadcast a nationwide radio event, but they understood how monumentous it would be, so they delayed the convention by several hours to bring in the radio.
I wanted
Yeah, and I
to.
didn't go into the individual states, but everybody did it on the first convention. It wasn't like they
Nice.
met and it was denied and they came back later. Everything happened the first time through.
Seamless. I wanted to piggyback on what you were saying and Sammy's question there. You said that when it was bouncing around in Congress, there were attempts to water it down, which, I rolled my eyes and laughed because when we get to that point, that's almost certainly going to happen, right?
Yeah.
Did Pauline Saban's movement play a role in making sure it didn't get watered down? I think I know the answer, but I hope I'm right.
Yes. I mean, first of all, they sort of like any lobbying group, if you will, they had
Yep.
people there and they would stay in close contact. And they also had their membership just send telegrams constantly, like just, and again, they knew who they could rely on. They had established, relationships or sort of dossiers, on we know how this guy's going to vote, not vote. We know who we can rely on. We know who we may need to put pressure on, that kind of thing. And that's ultimately it was those contacts that brought it back to just this basic, repeal instead of like, okay, we're not monkeying with this anymore. Because Blaine, and they also had this huge advantage in Blaine, who had never really had much association with them. I mean, they always counted him as on their side, but he wasn't like, in contact with them a lot. But the fact that he was a lame duck, he didn't have to worry about getting reelected. He had already lost. So this was sort of like his last hurrah, I'm going to leave my stamp on kind of thing. Because
Nice.
it's sort of like now I can really speak my mind since I'm getting out of here. So that was kind of a big bonus that they hadn't expected.
Nice.
Can I just follow up on that real quick? When Josh told me after he talked to you, John, that he had told you that we don't have amendment language ourselves that we're currently proposing, and we get that question a lot. Sammy asked me that question during the lunch break, in fact. Why we don't, and we talk about it, and I think that it's the right decision. But what Josh told me that when he told you that, you thought that was a good idea right off the bat, and you're one of the very few people who did that I've heard not have to be convinced of that. Can you tell me what your thoughts are on that and why that was your reaction?
On specific language?
Yes.
Well, I think you're in a unique position because you're not necessarily responding to an existing law so much as this series of court decisions. And so it's not as if you're just asking for something that exists to be removed. It's sort of asking for a control to be placed on something, which is, again, that's the hardest thing in dealing with actual amendments is other than the 18th, the Prohibition Amendment, every other amendment grants a right or a freedom or a protection of something. And so crafting that language is going to be, I mean, that's obviously on the Sabin model, that's what you're trying to do is promote this as a protection of a right or a freedom. And so in your respect, you're trying to obviously limit campaign finance and reform how it's worked and trying to find the balance between presenting the damage that is done to rights and freedoms by the current system, but not being able to point to a specific law is going to take some crafting.
Okay. Thank you. I did also just want to say, in the last 10 years, of all the books I read, I think there's the four that I've learned the most from are Constitutional Brinksmanship by Russell Kaplan, Ratification, The People Debate the Constitution by Pauline Maier, Civil Resistance, What Everyone Should Know by Erica Chenoweth, and also your book. And I really
Oh,
appreciate
thank
that.
you. Wow, because that's pretty heady company you threw me in there. A lot more scholarly than my little book. But thank you.
All right. Does anybody have any last questions? Sam, Sammy, anybody in the audience? All right. I am hearing and seeing none. Yeah, some thank yous for sure. I really appreciate this, John. This was fantastic. I feel like it's safe to say we have a awesome Pauline Sabin expert ally that we can reach
We
out
do.
to and communicate with. And yeah, as we grow this thing, any advice you have, we will definitely listen. Because yeah, we're not in it just to be in it. We had some really hard conversations during the pandemic about our organization and the future, and the ultimate goal was not to give up and to honestly will through it, because there really isn't an effort to build a movement and build solidarity and organize Americans towards a collective goal, which I think we all fundamentally agree is somewhat the cancer of our representative democracy right now. It affects so many issues, and yeah, we got quite a bit of work, but this was motivating for sure. So I really appreciate you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I'm very much on your side in this. To me, it's just, and I think that's going to be the strength of your movement as it grows, is that the argument is very obvious.
Yeah.
It's the solution is the more work part of it for you guys to
And the
figure out
trust.
exactly what
I think
that looks like.
I think trust right now is the number one thing to really focus on, because to me it's what breaks down most communication and what you see going on in the world. There's just a lack of trust.
Mhm.
But yeah, trust will definitely help, and you can only do that through conversations. So definitely appreciate this one today for sure.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I bid you adieu, and I hope you have the great rest of your weekend.
Thanks. Same to y'all.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Well, we're gonna take. I guess we could take a 5-minute break. Tim, Mark, you guys there? Got Timothy. Let's make Timothy a co-host. Tim, you should be able to come on.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, perfect. And then we will wait for Mark. We're a few minutes early, but yeah, why don't we just take 5-10 minutes and we'll come right back to wrap up the weekend with our final theory of change training. And if you're already gone, yeah, hold on one second though, before I do that, because some people are going to leave because they've already gone through this training. Please, before you do, make sure to sign up for the structure-based organizing training next week, because that is the continuing training from the theory of change. And you will see how we continue to talk more about organizing, but even specifically strategies and tactics to do the kind of work that John talked about, what Pauline Sabin and her movement did, to be able to even have the conversation with people and potentially win them over as an ally. You can learn that from this training, and you also have opportunities to practice it as well. All right, I'm going to mute and shut off video, and I will be back in a few minutes. But yeah, Sam, test out whatever you need.
Sam, I can try and share if that'll work for you. Okay, I'll give it a shot.
YouTube can now hear behind the scenes as we're setting up and doing some testing. All right.
Okay, I have the screen share up.
All right, I see it. Let me see how I want to set this up. I'll probably do.
I can put my video on again, but only if everybody wants to see the cat. I sent my wife that, Sam. She was laughing.
Oh.
Yeah, I took a screenshot of the YouTube with the countdown when it's sleeping.
That was live video of the cat sleeping. Alright, I think I'll be good when you do the screen share. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I'll take it back down now
Yeah, because
because Mark's going to be doing the presentations. So
yeah,
I'm
it's
just
fine.
back.
Really easy to do.
Okay.
All right. I think that is working now. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, hi, Mark.
Perfect. All right. And Tim, I saw you were sharing your screen. Are you going to keep doing that, or did you want me to share mine?
No, that was just the test that Sam wanted me to do.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead. I can have my video on if you guys want to
All
see.
right, I will shut mine off just so as not to confuse people.
All right. There you are, my lovely face. Okay, and let me just get this sharing so that way you can see. Let's see, share screen. And let me reset that as well. So that way we're at the beginning. Okay, can you see, guys see that? The introduction to Wolf-PAC?
Yep.
Great. All right. Well, let me introduce myself just for a little bit. My name is Mark Proprotnik. I joined Wolf-PAC a little bit earlier this year. After my family, we ended up coming back from Europe. We were trying to kind of escape some of the corruption here in the U.S. and because of visa stuff, we just couldn't get through. So long story short, we came back to the U.S. and we're in Florida. And yeah, we've been here for I think we're coming on 3 years now. But yeah, I wanted to do something to at least change change what's change, the corruption and all that's going on here. Try to make things better for my son and his future, and I'm sure all the things that money is corrupting. So yeah, let me go ahead and just begin then. So welcome, first of all. This is a presentation that introduces Wolf-PAC. What we hope to cover together in these meetings, why we need this change, our theory of power, how we're going to make the change, why we think this change is possible, and your role in making it a reality. And it should take about an hour, but I don't mind going a little longer if you guys want, just to have some questions and answers. So the framers of our Constitution wanted a government that depended upon the people for their power, and elected representatives would use that power to carry out the will of our people. Today, ask almost anyone, and they know we have a problem with our government. It seems as if they no longer listen to their constituents. Instead, we have a government that listens only to special interest. Most elected representatives spend 70% of their time on the phone asking for money. Gillens and Page demonstrated the effect money in politics is having on our government. One would expect that the more citizens that were in favor of a policy, the more likely that legislation would be enacted towards that policy. The top graph shows the response of elected officials to an average citizen. As you can see, the likelihood of enactment does not change, no matter how many citizens support a policy, which is the right part of the graph. Then I'll look at the bottom graph. The more economic elites that favor a policy, the more likely it is that the policy is enacted. So what's the difference? The economic elites give large campaign contributions to politicians, which is something that average citizens just can't do. So what can we do about it? It all starts with you and your responsibility. Voting is important, but it is even more important that you change people's thoughts. You have the agency to do this with your circle, your family, friends, neighbors, and community. You own this movement. You are a center link helping build people power, and there is strength in numbers. If you have the means at hand, you have the responsibility to act. Nothing will happen unless you work to make it happen. So let's get to know each other. I don't know how many people we currently have.
Mark, let's do everything in the chat. Just have people type stuff in the chat so they can know.
Okay. Let me pop it up so that way I can see. All right. So yeah, let's get to know each other. If you guys can just go ahead and type in your name, where you're from, a few things that you geek out for, and what your path is, to Wolf-PAC was. And I'll type some things about myself too. All right. Can everyone see the chat, or should I just go ahead and read them? Okay. All right. So yeah, we have Timothy, which was one of our members. Um, he's into video games, nutrition, and exercise, and TYT brought him to Wolf-PAC. We've got Sean Rainey's from Ohio. Amy Ripple brought him there, or brought him here. And Chris Huffman from Alabama, he geeks out for vinyl records, and TYT led him to Wolf-PAC. Lucy from New Hampshire, board games. I was actually just playing some board games today with my son. Jank called him. We've got Tressa from Washington and Maryland. Found Wolf-PAC through TYT. Amy Ripple from Ohio, Elton, Ohio. Politics. Art, music, goth nights at the club, sci-fi, on and on. And I mentioned that I'm from St. Louis, or well, I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm in Florida, but in Orlando, but I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I love all sorts of technology, scary movies, new music. Drawn to Wolf-PAC because my son is at school age now, and I worry for his education, safety from guns, and the rest of my family's safety going forward. We got Philip Heimel from Washington State. He found out about Wolf-PAC through TYT, and since 2017. Sean also mentioned, oh yes, and interested in sci-fi. Amy, oh yeah, my path to TYT. From YouTube chat, Oscar from Uganda, my path was Sam Cook. Very nice. And Debbie Mayberry Jensen, hello, I was recruited to be a volunteer at Wolf-PAC. After much resistance, I surrendered and look forward to working with the team. I look forward to the adventure. And Debbie is from Washington. All right, I think that covered everyone. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide. I think I got this right. Going through Congress is probably going to be impossible, since current politicians all got elected under this system. So we will focus on the states. An amendment to the Constitution has two very high bars to pass. We need bipartisan support from 2/3 of the people just to get the processes started. We then need 3/4 of the people's support to actually make it happen. How can we achieve these numbers? Here's a quick overview of our approach. We first are going to expand our power through structure-based organizing. If we have more than 50% of voters in a district saying they will vote on the issue of money in politics, politicians will pay attention or be voted out. Once we have a majority of the state legislature, we can start getting Article 5 convention resolutions passed. And those that are arrayed against us won't be able to stop us. We can then use our people power to pass our resolution in a convention. We can then use our people power to get the best amendment language possible. And we can then use our people power to get the amendment ratified. But before we can do anything, we need to use structure-based organizing to expand our numbers, to build that people power. This is where you can help. Wolf-PAC cannot grow as big as needed to have real power unless everyone feels welcome. That may mean sometimes people will have to be careful what they say and how others may take it. That includes using partisan language in nonpartisan settings, jokes and comments that may be taken the wrong way, even if that isn't the intent, or anything that makes someone feel unwelcome or uncomfortable. We need to all be in this together, and that means we need everyone to feel welcome, even people who disagree about everything else and would otherwise never even talk to each other. As members of Wolf-PAC, it is all of our jobs to make sure that we're doing our best to keep the culture professional. That means listening for anything that could make people feel unwelcome. It means speaking up and advocating for others, regardless of personal feelings. We need everyone here, and it means keeping watch to protect the culture we need to grow the movement. Now, any organization that wants to change something in the world should have one of these, a theory about how they intend to get that change. That's the point of going over this with you today, to show you what Wolf-PAC's overall theory of change is and how we use it to establish our strategy. By the end of this call, you will know exactly how you can be a part of achieving it with us. So, to work out our theory of change, we must answer these 3 questions. What is the specific change that we want? Who has the power to give us that change? And what do we have that they need from us? Before we answer these 3 questions, let me tell you a quick story about another group of people you may have heard of who also had a theory of change. We all know what was going on in Alabama in 1954 during the Civil Rights Movement. There was a system of legalized segregation where people had to sit in different places on the bus and use separate water fountains. We also know about Rosa Parks and how she sat at the front of the bus. But did you know that she wasn't just some tired woman who needed to rest her feet? Did you know that she was actually a trained organizer? She was indeed, and when she refused to give up her seat that day, it wasn't random. She, along with other freedom fighters, had a plan or a theory about how change could happen in Montgomery. You are now going to become part of a movement and become a trained fighter to get money out of politics. So let's dive in a little deeper on Wolf-PAC strategy. Let me ask you, what are we all doing here at Wolf-PAC? At the end of the day, what do we want in the most general terms? What do you want? And I'm going to let you guys answer in the chat. What are some specific things that are really driving you?
For the YouTube audience, people are currently answering in the chat. In Zoom, if you want to join Zoom, wolf-pac.com/workshop23. And some answers will be read aloud shortly.
All right, we got Amy. She said, I want my voice to mean as much as a wealthy person when it comes to the lawmakers. Sam said, I want equality. Lucy, free and fair elections. I mentioned that I want rights to safety, education, and to have our voices heard. Chris says, I want legislators to actually listen to us, not corporations. Once they start listening to us, we can start making more changes. And Josh said, end the legalized bribery of my politicians. All right. Great answers. Yeah, that's all rooted in the money. All right, so the answer in its simplest form is a government that represents us again, not just those who can afford to spend excessively in our elections. To achieve this, we want the strongest possible solution, an amendment to our Constitution that will fix this problem for the long run. We don't want a Supreme Court ruling that can just be overturned again in 20 years. We don't want a certain amount of petition signatures or state legislation because we know that's not strong enough. The only thing that goes above Congress and the Supreme Court is an amendment to the Constitution. Amending the Constitution may seem difficult, but the truth is that it's been done 27 times, once by every generation of Americans except one, ours. Now it's our time. So how do we get an amendment? According to Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, there are only two ways to get an amendment. Either 2/3 of Congress can vote to propose an amendment, or 2/3 of the states can demand a convention to propose an amendment. It's important to remember, either way it's proposed, whether through Congress or the states, you still need to get 75% of the states to ratify or approve anything before it becomes part of the Constitution. But we all know Congress is broken. They couldn't even pass something as simple and decent as the Disclose Act. So, what is the Disclose Act? The Disclose Act talks about amending the Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971 to provide for additional disclosure requirements for corporations, labor organizations, super PACs, and other entities, and for other purposes. So that means realistically, as far as Wolf-PAC is concerned, there is only one way to do this, and our path to victory is clearly through the states. Does anybody have any questions over what we just covered? I don't think I can see hands, but if anything pops up in the chats, I'll come back and read it out and we can discuss it. All right, great. So let's talk about the second question that helps us determine our theory of change. Who has the power to give us this 28th Amendment that we need? We know the Article 5 Convention works because citizens have used it in the past. The 17th Amendment is a great example of this. Before the 17th Amendment, state legislators voted for their senators. This is a process ripe for corruption, and by the late 19th century, bribery and political pressure made the Senate a millionaires' club, serving private interests. In addition, whenever the state houses of legislature were split, they would often deadlock on a nominee to the Senate, causing month to year-long vacancies. Sound familiar? Legislative procedures were tried in state houses, but even these were circumvented by bribery. It became clear that a constitutional amendment was the best way to clean up the process. Congress, including the Senate, was never going to change the process, so states began voting for an Article 5 convention. Between 1890 and 1905, 31 state legislators passed resolutions, either calling on Congress to pass an amendment, providing for the direct election of senators, or to hold a conference with other states to work on such an amendment. By the way, the Congressional Research Service, the American Bar Association, and the U.S. Department of Justice have all concluded that the states have the authority to call a convention limited to one topic. When the states got close to 2/3 needed to force a convention, Congress felt pressure and proposed the amendment themselves. The Congressional Research Service called this the prodding effect. So essentially, they don't want to be humiliated, so they're going to propose it themselves. Many think the best amendment would come from the convention. History shows us, though, that it is far more likely we'll get an amendment proposed by Congress. In the 17th Amendment, different groups worked in conjunction using different methods, all supporting each other. It's time we did it again. So who has the power to give us the change that we want? Congress is broken, and the path to an amendment is through the states. Our state legislators are the only people in our entire society capable of giving us this change we need. The good news for us is that on the state level, legislators are a lot like you and me. Retired teachers, small business owners, firemen, just regular folks. For the most part, they actually care about what people in their community want. Building relationships with them used to be enough to get our resolution passed. For the first 5 years, Wolf-PAC was able to build personal relationships with our state legislators. We actually got our resolution passed in 5 states. Over the next 5 years, our strategy appeared less effective, and we have even lost 2 states that we had already won. Why? Professional opposition knows our plan and is ready and waiting to stop us. Whether it is through disinformation, contributing, or even writing legislation for our state legislators, are our local legislators becoming just as corrupt as Congress? Some may be. Hopefully most are not. It's just they are responding to special interest groups that convince them our approach is a bad idea. Here is how we force them to do it. Leverage. There is strength in numbers. If they care about getting reelected, they had better pay attention to the numbers we are bringing. Aside from showing up to meet with a state legislator with our information packet, what if we also brought a poster that shows pictures and signatures of voters that had taken our pledge? Or a fistful of letters showing our state legislators that campaign finance reform is just as much of a single issue that we will decide whether we vote for them or not. Another thing we may do is bring large numbers of people to the committee hearing and providing overwhelming testimony. Leverage is key. This isn't just theory. We talked briefly about Rosa Parks before, but there is a lesser known story that is an even better example of this theory of power in action. Pauline Sabin, repeal of prohibition. In 1928, Al Smith ran for president on repeal of prohibition. The biggest anti-prohibition groups put everything they had into that election, and they lost. It was the lowest point in the fight for repeal. Pauline Sabin, a Republican National Committee delegate, created the Women's Organization for National Prohibition Reform. She set
Quick correction, as we just heard from an expert, it was Women's Organization for National Prohibition Repeal, not Reform. We need to correct that in our slide. Sorry to interrupt you, but since we just had the expert tell us that, I figure I probably should.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, actually, let me take a screenshot of this so that way I remember it. All right. Okay, I got that. All right, so I'm trying to remember where I left off. She set 3 priorities. The first was to organize. She traveled the country focusing on demographics that reflected the country so everyone could see themselves in the movement. The second, she focused on policy. Sabin's volunteers were well trained to answer every objection with facts and figures. But still, their most useful talking point was the size and scope of the movement itself. And finally, they focused on the solution, an amendment to the Constitution. They made inroads in the 1930 elections and played a major role in the 1932 elections, working with candidates from both parties to get a supermajority in Congress to vote for an amendment for repeal. Within 5 years of the lowest point of the movement, they achieved total victory. What do you all fear others will say against the idea? How do you think that politicians and media figures will respond when they hear that citizens like you want to trigger an Article 5 convention? Just take a moment and think about possible reactions. So Tim says this vote will lead to a runaway convention. Chris says you're a radical. Yeah, there's all sorts of fear mongering that can happen. A fear that whatever amendment is created will have unintended consequences. And Tim said that in response to you're a radical, yes, I am. I want money out of politics. Yeah, nothing wrong with being a radical. Amy said, I have been told that politicians believe we should be able to vote with our dollars at the state house. Yeah, that definitely happens a lot. Yeah, politicians, they benefit handsomely from the status quo and will use the media and whatever other forms they can spread misinformation about the Article 5 convention process. And I mean, considering that it's already been used several times, it's kind of funny to come out and say that it's a bad process now. But you may hear negative comments against you and your people, along with misleading statements about the problem you are trying to solve and the movement you are a part of. Your friends and family may hear what the media and other organizations say and believe the gas. Oh, sorry, I'm not. I do this every time and I apologize. I'm not like advancing the slides as I'm talking. Your friends and family may hear what the media and other organizations say and believe the gaslighting. So remember the information you just learned. The Constitution has been amended 27 times. An Article 5 convention process has moved that along. Remember the 17th and 21st Amendments. And the Article 5 conventions can be limited to one subject. Another aspect of having conversations is respecting individuals. When talking outside of Wolf-PAC, remember, we are trying to make them part of the team. Make them feel welcome and wanted. If they feel they are respected, they will be empowered and and be a fighter for change. Also, be professional in your language and your demeanor. Professionalism reflects the seriousness of what we are trying to do. When talking to folks already in Wolf-PAC, we want to have the same respect for them and their views, even if they are different than your own. Many movements often get bogged down because of tangential divisions between members. Always keep focused on the goal, getting money out of politics. And again, be professional and respectful to everyone you are working with. So how do you envision yourself making your voice heard? So some of the standard roles that we have. First, it's important that you not act alone. You coordinate with your team and other members of Wolf-PAC. Getting the correct messaging down before mobilizing helps to prevent irreparable harm to the group's reputation. So organizing, which could mean organizing generally or specifically in meetups, citizen action days, tabling events, etc. Communications could mean making sure everyone on your team is in the loop, or it could mean running a social media campaign or writing an op-ed. There are endless ways you can use your skills to restore power and integrity to your community by being the change you want to see. So some of our non-standard roles, there is an example about gerrymandering in Michigan. There was a woman helping to fight gerrymandering and had a skill few people would find helpful in navigating the legislative process to affect change, which was woodworking. With some inventive thought, she woodworked a puzzle with the pieces of the shape of gerrymandered districts to make up the whole state of Michigan. This very large puzzle was then placed at the State House as a tangible, emotion-evoking display of corruption that was too large to be ignored. Here's another example from one of our Wolf-PAC members who did watercolor postcards. This member made a beautiful watercolor portrait of their state house and displayed it to their team. Again, with a creative process, they decided to put the portrait onto postcards and began sending them to their supporters in the state house. These postcards began to be placed on desks and bulletin boards, becoming a centerpiece for discussion. Not only was Wolf-PAC being discussed in the state house, those conversations were being led by supporters, and the result was an organic growth and support. I want to kind of find out. I don't know how we'd want to do this, Tim or Josh. We'd like to find out if any of you have organized or coordinated an event before, whether it was through business or social event or baby shower, charity drive, or a birthday
They
party.
can just put that in the chat. And of course, my phone rings right when I turn my mic on.
All right.
Again, for the YouTube audience, sorry about any dead air, but we are collecting answers in the Zoom chat, which you could join at wolf-pac.com/workshop23. And the Zoom chat cannot hear me saying this.
Sorry, that's in a form of a sentence. It's a question, though. I tried correcting it. And I guess when you, okay, so Sam, he did some parties, and Tim says he's a professor here at University of, it's Wisconsin, because that's where, yeah, and have organized teams for education research. So what are some of the similarities, since you guys have answered, similarities to what you can do here, in relation to what you've, Amy's ran for Congress. I didn't know that. That's awesome. Yeah, so what are some of the similarities, I guess, to more so Tim and Sam, what are some of the similarities that you found with those other events that you've planned for, and what you would possibly find yourself doing at Wolf-PAC, or do at Wolf-PAC more so? So Sam said communicating. Yeah, communication is very similar. Lucy mentioned that, yeah, she ran national political organizations, worked in state legislature, worked on campaigns professionally. That's really impressive. Logistics, Sam mentioned that. Yeah, those are all very similar qualities. So yeah, anything we can do that, any I think we have a lot more skills in each other than, we realize until we just need to look a little deeper, and like some of these skills will pop out and really be helpful to everyone. Amy was a volunteer organizer. So yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, keep those ideas flowing. All right, so for this, what I'd like to do, and you can take some time on this one. So we are gonna do a little exercise. We're going to, well, I guess let me read this to kind of cover this slide a little bit. So the exercise is a dream job resume skill list. So what skills would a person dear to you brag about you in a bingo hall? And bingo hall might be outdated, but basically, who would a close friend, or what would a close friend brag about if they were bragging about you? How can you use those skills? Write down the skills and ideas you have for using them. What do you want to do? What do you see yourself doing? So let me give you an example. Kyle attends a monthly political social event at a local bar and grill, which sometimes hosts political candidates. He writes Wolf-PAC on his name tag underneath his name. And while he does not spend much time bringing up Wolf-PAC outside of introducing himself to other attendees, he does answer questions and talk briefly about when talking with people, when talking with people. Kyle is a recognizable name and face with his local community, and his connection to Wolf-PAC is front and center. The Wolf-PAC name is therefore more recognizable in the community, which facilitates better relationships and future activities. So, yeah, I'd like to take just a little bit of time for everyone to, write down. You don't have to create a super professional resume on this, but just more so the skills that you feel that someone who is bragging about you would write. So I'll give you a moment to do that.
And feel free to post that in the YouTube live
And when you're
chat.
ready, just go ahead and type that in the chat.
We can copy and
And,
paste it from the YouTube live
I'll
chat into
pop this into the chat too, so that way you
the
can
Zoom.
kind of reference this example.
And just so people know, you don't have to write a book here.
Yeah.
Just, write a few things. That's just fine. And this is something that you can think about as you think about how you want to get involved in the organization.
All right, so Amy says, great at bringing opposites together, simplifies complex ideas with common sense examples, enjoys helping others find where they can fit in happily. And Sam says, positive energy. Tressa says, brag, friendly, and helpful. And David says, motivational speaker, expert thumb wrestler, and professional ice cream taster. Love some ice cream. Do you? Tim asked if he tastes ice cream often. Yeah, one of my downfalls is milkshakes. Gotta love frozen custard and all that stuff too. So, ooh. And then I wrote down that I'm very active with a group at my local YMCA. After my workouts, I sit down with several people and my workout classes to start off the morning. And we usually chit chat and sometimes go out for happy hours. And it's just a good social group to kind of inject money in politics and how it affects everyone. And Tressa says, use of brag skills, great support person. All right, so yeah, that should give some ideas on how you might be able to help out Wolf-PAC. All right. So we're going to take a moment and imagine what victory will look and feel like. An Article 5 convention took place some time ago, and the delegates proposed an amendment that 37 of the 38 states have ratified. You and your allies held a huge rally to pressure your state representatives to vote on it in just last week. The majority of them voted yes during the subsequent session, and you feel hopeful but guarded. Those close to the senators say that they reported feeling pressure from the even bigger rally yesterday, but there is also plenty coming from the other side. Your heart sinks more and more as the first few senators vote no. You wonder if all of the hard work you and your team did is about to be flushed. Then finally, a yes vote. You'll remember that, hero. The next few are a batch of opposing votes, and you have no idea which way things are going. Then, a change. Yes votes start coming in, but it still seems as if the no votes outnumbered them. As the pool of potential votes begin to dwindle, you realize that the flip-flopping senator that you all had such a hard time with hasn't voted yet. You very desperately hope they pull through this time. That may be the very last one to vote. Indeed, everyone's name gets called, and the no votes still seem to have a slight edge. A few more yes votes come in, and they finally overtake the no votes, but not by much. A couple more no votes come in, and your heart goes crazy. There are only 2 more senators left. The first vote's no. You feel disappointed in this senator. They were seemingly on your side. And then the trouble senator's name is called. You freeze. All of time seems to stand stock still. The only thing moving at all is your heart, and it's trying to fly out of your chest. It seems as if no one is breathing. You aren't even sure if you're not even sure that you are. Then finally you see the problem senator, the one that every movement leader in your state was worried about, give a thumbs up. The amendment passes in your state and is now part of the Constitution. So what do you think? Is everyone ready to get involved and make some history with us? Sam says yes. Amy says hell yeah. Tim says yes. Chris says absolutely. All right. That's awesome. Now, I don't know how I don't know how you want to go about this, Tim, with because normally at this point we would sort of open up the roles. Now I don't know if that's been done on some of um the attendees or
I think we can do that. This would be a good time to have people start getting into the Discord if they want to.
Mhm.
Just if what you can do. Oh yeah, so you can also sign up for the SBO training, but we can definitely, for those of you who are new, who is new?
So it looks like Lucy.
So yeah, Lucy,
Oh,
you're gonna need to talk to either Sam or Josh about that. Yeah, okay, Sean, just follow that link that was posted. Wolf-pac.com. Do you have Discord, Sean? Okay, that's cool, Chris. Then you're all set. Have you been, so your roles have been opened up, etc.? Yes, okay, you're fine then.
For those on YouTube, if you
Okay, so
are
Sean's all
not
set.
already on our
Everybody's
Discord
in, so I
server,
think we're done.
yeah,
wolf-pac.com
awesome.
slash discord.
All right, so that's great. Thanks everybody for coming. And if
Yeah.
you have any questions, we'll hang out for a while. That's cool.
Is everyone familiar with the onboarding meetings and all that stuff that we have every Monday night? I don't know if anyone wants to get involved on there first or
Yeah, the onboarding group is probably the group that's easiest to get involved with because that's the one where we're trying to expand the organization and communicate with people, get new people in as they join, do these kind of theory of change trainings, train you on that, get people signed up for the SPO training. I will be doing that Tuesdays, the next 3 Tuesdays. So please sign up for that if you haven't. And then we can go from there. The real goal right now, as it was said in the theory of change, it's got to grow the organization. We got to get bigger. We got to get people in the organization. We got to get people giving money to the organization so that we can fund it. And then, it becomes a virtuous cycle. As you get bigger, there's more people recruiting, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing that you can do right away is start talking to your friends about it. And I know sometimes it's uncomfortable to talk about politics. But this really is kind of a thing where you can sidestep all the other issues. But when one of your friends brings up, boy, I wish, issue X, they do something, but they never do anything about it, whatever that issue is, you can start asking them why they think that is. And the reason always comes down to money and politics. And you can then start talking about, hey, I'm part of an organization that is trying to get money out of politics. Are you interested in joining? So it's pretty easy to bring these kinds of things up. A lot of the time, my relatives think I'm crazy, but I keep pushing. And I've got my kids to join. I got my wife to join. So you can get more and more people in the organization that way, and that's the real focus of things. So that's it. And the SBO training is what's going to talk about how to do that. And we're going to be talking about the 6-step organizing conversation. And it's a method that unions have used, that Jane McElvey really proselytizes about, and is a really effective way of getting people into organizations and get them thinking about it. So I really encourage those that have not gone through SBO training to think about doing that. So, any other questions?
I don't see any, guys. Great work.
Yeah,
As
good,
always.
nice job.
All right, well, we can certainly wrap up. I know it's Sunday and I'm glued to my phone for fantasy football right now, so we can certainly end. But I appreciate everybody. It was a great weekend. Another shout out again to our events team, even though we are a lean, mean little group right now. We had a volunteer group put this entire 3-day weekend together. So big shout out to Debbie, Anita, Aaron, Ronnie, Vincent, Jess, and Aaron. I got everybody. Y'all
All
are
right.
awesome. This was a great weekend, and appreciate every single one of you. I hope to see you on train next week with Tim.
Thanks, everyone.
Good evening.